Block heavy punch because he's still going to be within range to micro step forward and heavy punch again. Like, sure, there are ways to kind of like maybe stuff something out, but it's so scary, right?
Yeah.
It's so scary to even try to counter poke it, even try to drive parry it, or even like use an OD amnesia.
Right, exactly. Because, I mean, he's hitting you from so far away with that standing heavy punch that if you throw out a button and you whip, he can just whip punish you again with another standing heavy punch. But good sequence here from KB.
Ow! Or so we thought.
Never mind.
I think it's because he brought it too close to Tokido. Him dashing up.
Oh
was
no,
what caused him
punish
to run
counter.
into that fierce.
Tokido's not scared of amnesia at all. Oh, he was right. But he,
what was that? Not here, not
no,
now!
you died. No, he had enough.
He had enough.
He had enough. Oh boy, Tokido dropping the combo. Not like this, Tokido, not like this. Oh, the perfect parry is gonna get him.
What are you doing, buddy? All right, okay.
I'm not gonna say anything anymore.
I blame his last gym session. Maybe he's a little bit sore. Maybe he's not, all the way ready.
Definitely saw trying to make Big Bird jealous, showing off his gym equipment in his home.
In his room, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, just goes for the level 3 right away, and it's probably because he has KB so close to burnout. So why not?
Yeah,
be careful with be careful with an OD mini fireball right there. He's not gonna get the burnout because KB is just taking every hit. Yeah, I tried to burn him out with the OD fireball that time. Not gonna happen. KB gonna hit the level 3. It will be the critical art and deal significant damage, but Tokido is still gonna have a significant life lead.
And I love that check from KB immediately after the OD fireball, right? Still in a negative position. Tokido got counter hit for his trouble, and it allowed KB to get all of this momentum to him. The drive gauge in his favor, the life lead is not, but still it's all about the spacing.
Well, the problem is Tokido is so low in gauge right now that he's really scared to try to do much because he's scared of getting burned out. That was delayed. He had the right read. He actually went for the amnesia, but maybe he was just thinking of a drive rush normal. The Dragon Lash startup was slow enough to actually get past the active window from KB.
That was actually so sick from Tokido to make that read against KB.
Oh. Okay, but that's still safe, and yeah, Tokido's gonna block.
Oh, what a chase!
Yeah.
Tried to jump back. Where?
Where are you going?
That forward heavy kick just sniped him out of the air. His old man can play.
Oh,
parry.
and now a perfect parry. Again, you can see right now Tokido at half OD gauge right now. But that's why Tokido trying to build up enough so he has enough weapons to try to get in. But KB is the one actually going on the offense, interestingly enough. He is the one who drive rushed in. Drive impact. Oh, whoa.
Drive impact to punish the fireball. Instead, KB now getting a level 2. He could opt for maybe a reset, but no, he wants all the damage. And also the drive impact to get rid of that drive gauge. I love the burnout state that KB put Tokido in. He gets to inflict so much chip damage from this distance and gets to bully him afterwards with the drive rush.
Yeah, look at this. The frame data is just so not in your favor. Oh, he tried to use the projectile invulnerability of that Tatsu. Wasn't fast enough, but, Tokido figured, you know what, I'm only winning this round with some Hail Marys, so let's just go for chases down the back dash! Wasn't even a counter hit or anything like that, but kind of.
Tokido just walking back, essentially. Oh, he wasn't ready for the drive impact. He snuck it in there. I think KB is the first player to successfully do that right now, at least in his top 8.
Oh, and now a perfect parry from... Okay, so now KB is really bringing it to Tokido right now. Gets out of the corner, try to maybe bait out another drive parry. Back throw into the corner. This is important. What? He could have whip punished that. Oh, that's going to be a combo for Tokido. He's going to go for the level 3. Okay. He wants to burn him out.
It is a lot of raw damage. Sure.
OD fireball perhaps? Yep, there it is. Gets the burnout. Not much that he could have done in that situation to prevent that burnout, and he tries to go for the amnesia, but Tokido with the patience, and Tokido at match point.
Spell disaster if Tokido gets the opener, which he does off of the punish counter roundhouse. Neutral jump, forward throw. He could do it again if he wanted to, but now he's trying to bait out KB. It's a button that comes out, and now, since he's buttonsy, he's going to press that standing fierce. He caught him off guard. If he jump again into the tech throw, KB, how are you going to get out of the corner? Tokido, he's stalking him down.
KB, though, sitting with 3 bars. He has the ability to do some damage. He's going to go for the level 2. We've seen so many situations where JB can get 2 level 2s in the same round, and he's going for the burnout here off of for Tokido. Oh, here we go. Look at this. More pressure. But Tokido just wake up jumps right out of the corner. Oh, bang. Ugh.
Oh, he burnout is there.
What? Wake up crouch medium kick from Tokido. What a sequence right there. Oh, he delayed that jab so much. And now the chip. Now the chip.
Work.
Nothing you can do in that situation. KB on the board. Not going down without a fight here.
Right back into it, KB initiating with a drive rush forward to start things off. Tokido now checking with the fireball. You can see how antsy KB is to get that opener. Tokido's not going to give it to him.
Oh,
Except at that moment.
Again, getting that drive impact right through, and yeah, burns out just like that. Punish counter drive impact, and then into a combo drive impact. Smart stuff. And now Tokido is in a very precarious situation. Probably better off just blocking at this point, letting your meter build up again. There it is. Got his gauge back. Oh, tried to shimmy. Tried to sneak in a shimmy right there. KB not biting.
Oh, that is huge. That crossing medium punch with everything from so far away. Level 1.
KB finding his rhythm now. It seems like he's managed to turn this around. Can he go from down 0-2 to take this at 3-2? Got to take it one game at a time. He's got to get it to 2-2 first.
A little bit of a different approach now from Tokido. That drive rush forward from the stand jab. Trying to bait something out from KB. The roundhouse wails out. No target found. No lows found either. Oh my God! This old man can groove like that? How did he get that shimmy?
Walked up after blocking the Jinrai. Again!
How does he know?
And now he did it again. Combo into the drive impact to get the burnout. You know, I've seen KB use the crouching medium kick so much. I'm surprised we haven't seen Tokido trying to go for maybe some dragon lashes to try to catch those. But look at this KB on the verge of tying it up 2-2. Oh boy. Level 3. Yep, here we go.
To be fair to that, for that last statement, KB's been showing off that drive impact card to react to whatever it is Tokido's been throwing out there. So,
oh, that's a critical art. So that's 2 bars down. So he's got him really. Oh my gosh! The range on that. Is he gonna be able to kill off of
he
this?
sure is, James.
Crouching combos all day, and it is
He wasn't even
enough.
done. He wasn't even done with that combo. Dear God,
my
somebody clip that.
My goodness, you get caught crouching, and that just gives Ken so much powerful with that medium dragon lash. Suddenly, you can link off of it.
Oh, what a backdash. Again, Dolby Digital stereo sound? Is that what that is? Crazy. What was that?
Oh, but there's still a punish counter for KB. There we go. There's that dragon lash. But what patience and what great defense from KB
He's
here.
playing so smart right now. KB, the presence of mind to backdash and still maintain the distance. And the timing for the anti-air was everything in that last sequence.
Yeah, and he wasn't shook by that crazy comeback round from Tokido. Still playing so solid here. He'll take that trade all day with the life lead. Oh, the anti-air is ready. The anti-air is ready.
No way. He doesn't have time to recover. KB lets it rip with a level 1. Brings himself to a tie ball game. 2-2 against Tokido.
Maybe those first 2 rounds was just, you know, KB toys with his opponent. But now he is actually bringing it.
Let's see if Tokido can make the game stop, though. It's 2-2 thus far. KB has been on a run.
Match has been electronic boutique. Anyways, here we go.
Come on now.
It's a throw now. Tokido went up 2-0, looked almost unstoppable, but somehow KB bringing everything back. Let's see if Tokido can finish it off, or will KB get that reverse OCV? Oh, that's going to help for sure. Try to take him as far to the corner as possible. Oh, that trade. Surprised Ken couldn't get a trade combo off of that. What a backdash to keep that corner position, but look at
that
the
was a
reaction.
feint.
Yeah.
That was a false boogeyman.
Here we go, off the wall, into the ghost, into the spike. And now, burned out is Tokido once again.
What an overhead.
Yeah, but no counter hit, so not going to be able to combo off of it. Oh,
Sweet.
what? That was sweet. Oh no, we talked about that win condition. We talked about that win condition. And speaking of, KB at match point over Tokido.
He wasn't able to catch the drive rush this time. It's KB with the big opener. Teasing the idea of maybe like an OD amnesia, perhaps. Maybe a spike even.
Oh wow, what a throw escape. No anti-air from Tokido, he wasn't ready. Alright, tries to get in there with that Jinrai.
He's got a drive rush forward, yes sir. And close the Jinrai and uppercut.
Yeah, close enough to the corner to go for the Jinrai combo. Tried to frame trap a little bit with that crouching heavy punch. Oh,
Plenty
the
of
reaction,
time.
the reaction.
Plenty of time to throw out that cancelable fierce. The damage intact. You could throw here, but it could be a little bit risky. It doesn't even matter at this point. KB was not ready to let a level 1 rip.
And again, you know, I think if you're Tokido, you probably would have been okay if you did that level 1. You had such a life lead and you would have taken away the meter from the potential last round. So I think that was probably the right decision.
I'd have to see that sequence again. I don't know if there was actually a true like a gap between that. I actually blinked and I just saw it.
Yeah, he could have also just counter drive impacted as well, right? Was he burnt
he
out?
was burnt out.
He was,
He was
oh yeah,
hella-
yeah,
he was
because
hella
of the
burnt
stun.
out.
The stun, of course. Oh no!
Oh, you tricky man!
Oh, I mean, he could have got a lot more damage if he didn't do that. Surprised Tokido didn't go for that. Oh, he got caught!
No way.
He got caught!
Level 2!
Level 2! He's not going to go for the level 3. He's going to go
Is
for
it
some
attack on
damage
drive
over here.
here? No, he's
No,
not.
he's going for the reset. Tokido down to no life here, but he's got that level 3. What a throw tech by Tokido. Blocks.
Oh,
that's
you're
gonna be a
hella
punish.
dead! You're actually
think so?
hella dead!
This is enough.
Oh no, it's not!
It's
not
going to be
enough!
just shy. It's going to be
No
just
way.
shy.
But he's burnt out immediately after. And it's a different status too in terms of the advantage.
They're both burned out.
Oh, wait
They're
a
both
minute.
burned out. Chip. What do you do? Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
The clash of projectiles.
Oh.
Tokido turns it up with the run DP for the chip against KB. Whether it was chip or not, it was a death sentence. Tokido with the audacity running DP against a charged up KB with 1 bar to his name. And he was buffering. Boy, was he buffering, but KB.
It is time for another episode of No Neutral, and we are here prior to one of the biggest CPT qualifiers of this first Street Fighter 6 season. But before we get into that action, we have to talk about it. We're nearing the end of it, Rob. We're nearing the very end of the first Street Fighter 6 CPT season with $2 million in that prize pool. Someone's going to be a millionaire for playing Street Fighter soon. And you know what, Rob? We're so close to the end. It's time we started making our predictions.
Dang.
Who's going to win it all? Who's going to win it all? Rob, I'm gonna throw this one over to you because I don't want to do the heavy lifting here. That's what you've been prepping for this day. You know, you got your tank top on. You're ready to go. Who is winning the million?
We got to start. I think I'm going to start with my dark horses.
Okay, I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Let's start with our dark horses. My number 1 dark horse, and I don't know if he'll count as that, Ending Walker.
Ooh, okay.
I feel like Ending Walker is in such a he's at a peak that, like we talked about with Kawano, that he has been maintaining, man. Even going to a new game. You have to remember back in Street Fighter V when Ending Walker was doing with that Ed. He came out of seemingly nowhere, like 15 years old or something like that. And he had just started playing the game recently. Immediately got as strong to the level that he got to. And at that time, a lot of people were blaming it on Ed. Oh, well, you only use 2 buttons for the character or XYZ. There was a whole lot of reasons as to why people thought that he was performing in the way that he did. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The flicker jab is too strong. All kinds of excuses. The reason why somebody like Ending Walker can win Capcom Cup, which we already seen him get, I want to say 4th place at the last Capcom Cup. So I know it's already not a reach, but it's deeper than skill. The way that somebody wins these huge events is not just through skill, it's through a mentality. One way or another, you have to be able to manage or channel your emotions in such high pressure situations. And we're going to talk about other players who are very good at this type of thing, but it's rare. You have it or you don't. To me, somebody like Ending Walker, like let's say Daigo. I think Daigo is so amazing at this through experience, maybe, right? Like just he's been through so many things. He has so much experience. He can be so calm. I think Ending Walker's lack of life experience is one of the things that helps him perform so well. He is aloof to the true struggles and pain of the world.
You know, if you've never been on a roller coaster before, you're going to have no anxiety when that chain is rattling and you're climbing up to the peak of it.
Yes.
What do you have to fear? You have no context for what's going on. I'm glad you went in that direction, because I was about to say how you channel your emotions or your lack thereof, because I don't mean to harp on the young prodigy here. He definitely possesses emotions, but when you saw the way he reacted to winning UFA 2022, when people were discrediting him all year long for being just an online warrior, even though he was destroying the competition in UK, he shows up to UFA, his first major of that scale, second ever offline event, and he wins in the first event we have with international high-level competition since the pandemic, and he dominates that tournament. What does he do when he wins? He walks off stage with no reaction whatsoever.
Calmly. Bro, you gotta think. Imagine
reaction.
somebody like me or Punk or somebody, like, at a moment, like, man, bro.
I would cry. I would literally fall on the ground and cry. Yes.
Right. The significance of that moment, and he just and the reason why we bring that up is it has so many implications. Me and Brian, of course, Brian currently competitor, I'm former competitor, like at a high level, right? So we've been in situations where we have gotten nervous in the match and handshaking and things like that. And I have seen that happen with Ender Walker, being at an event with him. Like, actually, believe it or not, even at a Dominican Republic, in the top 8. He had his hand shaking some and everything. I remember he talked to me about it. I feel like while he's actually playing, it doesn't seem like he feels it, or at least he channels it much better than most people. It's almost as if he is and I say this in a respectful and a positive way, aloof to the gravity of the situation. And his style is so aggressive. He takes big risks with good reason, but it's so hard for you to go and do something like that in big moments. Naturally, you might want to go and clam up in these big moments.
Safe.
And I think that's the reason why these command grab players do so well at Capcom Cup.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're so used to rolling the dice.
I'm glad you brought up command grabs, because I'm going to give him another dark horse right here. I can't say I think he's going to win it all just based on statistics with how things are playing out, but a dark horse for me to get top 8, Snake Eyes. I think Snake Eyes is such an incredible player. He's been competing at this level for decades at this point. Super Turbo HD Remix champion with Zangief, top level Street Fighter 4 Zangief, probably the best in the world. There's a debate with him and Itabashi Zangief, but I think the result at the end, it was Snake Eyes' favor. And he's just been scooping people for so long, and I do not think anyone is going to be ready for that matchup. You can prepare as best as you can, but to find practice for Zangief at that level anywhere on the planet, it's going to be difficult to achieve. And like you mentioned, in the heat of the moment, you don't want to lose to Zangief. Zangief, the bad character. Zangief, can he even win anything? When you're put into the blender by Zangief with that in your head and $1 million on the line, so many people are going to crack under that pressure. So I definitely think Snake Eyes is going to be a player to look out for to go super far. I don't know about win. I think it's going to be super tough if he rocks solo Zangief. He was working on JP. Who knows? Maybe he'll bring that out for some bad matchups. But I think he's a dark horse to ruin some brackets for sure.
We have never seen Snake. I'm so glad you made that pick, bro. That's fire. Like, just picturing him at Capcom Cup has like the Street Fighter geek inside of my soul jumping up and down, just picturing him playing that cup. He's somebody who won, I think that was the first ever EVO that he attended in his life. He literally won the entire thing. I want to point out that we have never seen Snake Eyes do anything but be a winner in the world of Street Fighter. When it comes to him actually seriously competing, never has he not been at the highest level. Anytime you didn't see him at the highest level, he's just not playing the game. Like, not in an OS way, though. Like, seriously.
He's like not entering tournaments. His hit rate, is phenomenal, right?
Yes.
He might not win every single event he's entered, but the ones he does, he has some of the highest success rate for getting that first place amongst any player ever, for sure.
And the players, even when it came to that Kage and everything, he was making West Coast top 8 and all that. And the fact that behind the scenes, Snake Eyes does not train with people. It is the weirdest thing ever, as far as his strategy. I don't know the mentality. You would have to ask him directly. But most players, when you're competing at that level, you're training together. You don't see Snake Eyes even going to. He didn't go to Blink Respawn in DR. You don't see him players are traveling to Japan. We see Big Bird, Angry Bird, and Phenom and Tokido all in one room together playing in matches and whatnot. Find me Snake Eyes running a battle lounge online. You know what I mean? Just training with people in the lobby. He doesn't do it. I don't believe that we have ever seen a player use this strategy, a Capcom Cup qualified player use this strategy. So this would be our first time seeing, is this viable? And especially with a character like Zangief, when, like you said, you have nobody else you can train with. This is like Adam's Laura, but you can't even train with Adam.
Right, not at that level. Adam at least entered every tournament. Snake Eyes does love his ring, so maybe if you're trying to scope out some Snake Eyes gameplay, fly to his neck of the woods and hop on ranked and hope you queue up with him. But you're right, I think a lot of people are going to get caught off guard. Do you have any more dark horse picks, Rob? Anyone else you think might go far that people are sleeping on right now? Before we get into the big ones,
people are sleeping on the fact that the player who is probably going to win Capcom Cup has, in my opinion, at least a 50% chance to do it. You know how insane that is? You know how many amazing players are grinding every single day, putting their blood, sweat, and tears, absolute legends of the game who are going to be playing in Capcom Cup. And I think one man has at least a 50% chance to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be looking at our first ever 3-time Capcom Cup champion. Because Minna RDMD is the favorite going into Capcom Cup. I don't care. This is not simply even based on results. To be honest with you, his amazing results throughout Street Fighter 6 is just a cherry on the top. What he has shown is that he has something special when it matters the most. I cannot explain it. There's just some people who are built differently, and he is the definition if you look it up. Minna RD is, as Punk said to himself, and he earned that, Minna RD is the definition of clutch on the highest of levels. 2-time Capcom Cup champion. In these situations, he was not going into it dominating especially that first cup. The year Minna RD wins Capcom Cup, let's look at his results. Final round, 25th place, somewhere between 25th and 32nd. He gets first place at Game Over, and that's the last first place you're going to see throughout this season. Second place in the Latin America online event. Didn't even win the online event. Combo Breaker, 13th through 16th. 9th place at CEO. 2nd place at the Fight 2017. 2nd place First Attack. 4th place Brooklyn Beatdown. 4th place SoCal Regionals. And there's other tournaments he attended that he might not have placed in, so it wouldn't even register on here. My point is that normally you expect to see somebody just dominating the competition. No, he goes Super Saiyan when it matters most. That is why he is that good. And even then, people had reason to believe because of that this could have been a fairy tale story. It's just, he just went crazy this one time. But he goes and does it again and becomes the first 2-time Capcom Cup champion in history. Now in Street Fighter 6, before it's all said and done, it might not be this year, but I think it will be this year, we are going to see the only 3-time Capcom Cup champion. And in Street Fighter 6, all of these are great results he's having is just a cherry on top.
And he would be the only back-to-back Capcom Cup champion as well. So it would be a historic win from him. And if he had the Evo title on top of that, it might have broken your own argument about not needing the wins throughout the year. But you know who did get that Evo win, and you know who has had all the results throughout this season, and who has been consistent from beginning to end. It's the other favorite. You got to say it. Angry Bird. It is so obvious that Angry Bird had cracked the code for Street Fighter 6 and how to play the meta, and he has maintained that level of success and that level of dominance over his peers from start to finish. Because in the beginning of the season with Evo, it was a very early tournament in Street Fighter 6 lifespan, we were still kind of figuring out the game, so players who understood the meta first were the ones who excelled at it, and we saw the grand finals of Angry Bird versus Minna RD, and then Angry Bird was the one who happened to close it out and win. Then he was next week at Gamers 8, grand finals versus Kakadu, another player who was on that precipice, and he cracked the code with JP and the perfect parry meta, and Kakadu took that one, but Angry Bird is in second place. Since then, we hadn't seen Angry Bird travel to as much international competition, so it was tough to really call, is he still that far ahead of the pack, or have other players caught up to him and they understand how to play? No, he's still that far ahead, because we had Fav Cup the other weekend where, it had an LCQ qualifier with all the top players in Japan competing to qualify, and then an invitational top 8, so 7 players were invited, 1 LCQ. Moke got through the LCQ LC Kyun got third, but Angry Bird, he just smoked the competition. He took out Tokido in the grand finals. He was looking unstoppable again against the best players on the planet, and we saw some of his training sets from when he was in Japan, and he's cooking all the top players. There's even like a quote of Daigo floating around like, oh yeah, this is the best Ken. Oh, I see.
Really?
Yes. He got to play with Angry Bird, and he's like, oh yeah, he's better. So it was a little bit questionable just because we hadn't seen it, right? He was just so dominant early on. He was able to rest, sit back in his bat cave, cooking up his next plan, and it's showing that he is still that guy. So Angry Bird, I mean, it's a boring pick. I feel like we all know it at this point. You might have had doubts before Fab Cup, but once he won that in such a dominant fashion, I feel like it's so obvious. Angry Bird is, to me, the favorite right now. I agree with you, Rob, about Mena's X Factor, and I've spoken about that point many times, but right now, I feel like Angry Bird is statistically the favorite with the results, and I think those statistics are so powerful that it's hard for me to overlook that. So Mena's X Factor will have to be in like triple gear this time to overcome that, I think, because it showed that they were very close for a long time, but right now it seems like Angry Bird is staying ahead of the pack and pulling ahead. Will that persist through Capcom Cup? I think it's very likely. I think it's super likely to see Angry Bird go far and win it all. I would not be surprised at all. If you had a bet right now, today, I'm betting on Angry Bird. It's just like the obvious pick for me.
Brian, I cannot be mad at that pick, especially when you put it so eloquently. But of course, man, I just talking about all this got me so hyped up to see some Street Fighter action right now. It's enough talking. We have one of the best regions in the world today. We have been looking forward to this all year. Mena RD decides to set the controller down. He wants to let the other gods go ahead and fight it out. Is it going to be one of the legends, or will somebody else add their name into the history books? We are about to see. This is Top 8 for US Canada East.
Objection! You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh yeah. The avocados are hand mashed, the chips are hand tossed, and everything is made fresh.
You make it fresh every day.
Yes, every day. The Chipotle way is we make it fresh every day.
Sounds delicious.
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Fight with all your heart!
We are supporting Capcom Cup 10 with a total prize pool of over $2 million.
It's showtime, baby! Guano takes it over Idol!
All right, you ready?
You don't want to miss it! Let him cook! Look at the damage! Look at that damage!
Now's not the time for jokes.
Your two-time Capcom Cup champion! It's Meta RD!
One of the strongest regions in the entire world. US, Canada, East. CPT, we're going to decide who goes to the Capcom Cup next month. My name is Ultra David, and with me is Vicious.
You know, we're big chillin' today, for now. But if you guys had happened to see what had transpired in the top 16, you already know what to expect. But just in case, we're going to break that down in just a little bit. I'm already excited just thinking about it. We already had like a little bit of our picks, what can possibly happen. And just looking at the mix of the character selection, it's been pretty ambiguous as to who's going to make it over the other person. But there's also been some very big surprises going through it as well. We've been talking about that even back in the production room. Like, man, some of these matches were actually kind of crazy. Even with IDOM's drop, I was actually trying to practice that combo, and I was mistaken. It was just a poor timing.
Right, he just missed the timing, unfortunately. Yeah, when we talk about this region, some of the players who come to mind are, of course, IDOM, as you mentioned, Capcom Cup champion IDOM. We're talking about Punk, right, who has made it deep both at Capcom Cup and at EVO. We're talking about NuckleDu, Capcom Cup champion. Maybe we're talking about Mena as well, though he's already qualified.
Right.
Those are really the big standouts, and they're big standouts in the world stage as well. And yet one of them didn't make the top 8. Another one is in losers of top 8. The other one is still in winners of top 8. So, coming into this weekend, as strong as the region is, they have a ton of strong players. Again, it's one of the strongest regions in the world, absolutely. But those three, if you watch regular NA weekly tournaments, I'm sure many of you do, we both do, you see those guys up there all the time. They're always in grand finals. They're always up there deep into these major top 8s with hundreds of players who are entering all the time. And so the results were unusual because 2 of them didn't even make winner's side top 16. They had lost previously.
Had they been successful up until their point in top 8, they actually would have been facing off against each other right off the bat.
There you go. There you go. So that's a little bit about what happened yesterday. Let's talk about what we're going to see today in the top 8. We're going to head out to the bracket.
Really excited for it. NuckleDu versus Banana Ken. This is a run back after all. David had pulled up the stats. They fought each other over in the NA East World Warrior Finals. That's going to be the run back of the century, I feel like. This is going to be actually like what, in the same exact position they were in?
Yeah,
for World Warrior, right?
True. Yeah.
Najee and Paladin. This one I'm very excited for. Najee been on the up and up since his pick with Jury in Street Fighter 6, doing a phenomenal job at every weekly. Paladin, actually, in my opinion, one of the biggest surprises because he is, at the young age of 16, putting out so much content out there, but with Ryu, of all characters, really making it work. A lot of expectations in this matchup as well. Going down below, what's in the loser side?
Well, that's where Ramos will play against Punk. Again, Punk started out that top 16 in loser side, was able to make it through. So Ramos versus Punk. Punk's got a long road, so does everybody down there on loser side. And then the other half of losers, Kami and Flux Waves, 2 very strong players as well. So we have quite a spread geographically among US, Canada, East. We're going all the way from Quebec down to Florida. And on top of that, we have a really nice list of different characters. If they play their mains, many of these players also have secondaries, but if it's their mains, we're looking at Guile, JP, Jury, Ryu, Cammy, Chun, JP, and Luke. So plausibly, only JP as a double in there. Interesting to see. Again, some of those players have others that they could absolutely choose from. We'll see what they actually do. But it could be that we're looking at quite a lot of character variety coming into this.
No doubt, especially with the first matchup at hand. But before we even get into the matches themselves, let's talk about what's actually on the line for these competitors, right? We've talked about it before, and we'll say it again. We've got $5,000 every single CPT, with the lion's share of $2,500 going to first place, $1,200 to second, $800 to third, and $500 in the pockets of fourth. Still a pretty good amount of cash if you plan to get yourself out there in the LCQ. Not for first, they're already in, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But speaking of which, if you make it into first place, you get that $2,500, but also the ticket of a lifetime to get to Capcom Cup number 10 with over $2 million in prizing, with the lion's share again of $1 million, life-changing money, multiple lives, if you will, for first place.
It's coming up soon. That Capcom Cup is happening next month. This is the second to last CPT qualifier. Again, as you mentioned, the World Warrior qualifiers have already happened. We know that it's Mena who's come through. So if you are one of these players here, you have 2 chances remaining to qualify. You have this weekend, and then you have the last chance qualifier at Capcom Cup, which is going to be maybe the most stacked tournament of the year, maybe the toughest tournament of the year. There are going to be people there from who knows how many continents trying to qualify. It's going to be super hard. And as hard as this one is going to be, that's going to be even tougher. So you want to make it happen now if it's going to happen. There it is, February 16th to 18th, coming up next month. If you're going to be in the area, or if you want to travel out for this, check it out at capcom.us/cupxreg.
You got to do it now. You got to make sure all of your travel plans are accommodated for, at least, prepare. If you have to take days off work, even, this is going to be a chance of a lifetime.
Yeah, man.
To be quite honest with you. And a big shout out to everybody involved getting ready for this big event, because I can't imagine how hard it is to run most of these online when you have entrants like this. 642 for this one, 900 plus for Japan, etc. Right? I can't even imagine what the LCQ number is going to be like. Sure, there's going to be a little bit of a barrier to travel, but for those that do this for a living or really have their sights on becoming a professional or consider themselves a current professional, this is their goal, right? To get into Capcom Cup, and that's going to be a large amount of players. If it hits over 1,000, I would actually be genuinely surprised.
Even on top of the absolute numbers, the caliber of player that's going to be there is going to be super high, of course.
Super dense with talent.
As you mentioned, very, very dense in terms of talent. But that's going to be next month. We're going to be talking about this weekend for the rest of this. It could be Punk. It could be Do. It could be Bananakin.
Dude, we can't even guess it. We were having this conversation,
there's a pretty good chance of that happening as well.
No idea. Dude.
And then it could be somebody else. That's a complete surprise again, because coming into this, Punks and Losers and Idom didn't make it, and even before the top 16, those 2 were in Losers already. So you just don't know what's going to happen. We can make our guesses, but we can't be sure.
Yeah.
Coming up first.
Let's take a gander at it. NuckleDo versus Bananakin. Now, we talked about, that banana avatar gets me every single time.
Oh, it's so good.
If he happens to win the whole thing and we have to talk to a banana, I'm leaving that up to you, dude.
Oh, I can't wait, man. I'm trying not to pick sides in this. Many of these folks are my friends. I've known them for a long time. I hope that they all do well.
Same.
But
there's a
it would be
screen.
hilarious to get to interview the banana at the end of things.
But NuckleDo, obviously, we know all about him, but let's kind of reiterate. Capcom Cup champion, took a little bit of a hiatus in Street Fighter V, came back in full force as if he never left. Then in the full swing of Street Fighter VI, as dominant as ever, in my opinion, right? He had a little bit of a start where it was kind of awkward for him. It was trying to get acclimated to the new system, trying to get acclimated to the new version of Guile. But immediately after that, he was just gaming.
Absolutely.
He was taking down every single name. If not top 3, consistent top 8 in 3 different weeklies minimum.
Sometimes he literally won each of the biggest 3 weeklies that NA was having the same week. He would literally go straight from being in grand finals at Can Open to grand finals in ICFC, for example. That kind of stuff. He has been grinding, and he'll tell you that. In fact, his fact about himself is, as I mentioned yesterday, I am a veteran retro fighting game player fighting for the old heads. And I streamed, in terms of his prep for this, I streamed for 6 months, working tirelessly around the clock.
What's funny is he literally has his stream open almost 24 hours because of his chair. His chair does all the amazing work, by the way. I think his chair streams more than he does.
So good on the boards. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. The audio mixing that the chair does, genius. NuckleDo, in terms of the World Warrior, got second place in the actual regional finals. He was first in points, though, before that, so amazing consistency. For Bananakin, fifth in the placing at that event, fourth in points for World Warriors.
Right.
He's always among the highest in World MR on CFN. He's always one of the highest in there. You know, he did some cool stuff at SFL. This is a guy who has had a lot of success coming into this, and we have a quote from him coming into the match.
Let's take a look at what the Banana had to say. Du is without a doubt one of NA's finest. I'm glad to have another opportunity to fight him. I like that. I do want to know like what kind of practice he's had since then, right? I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of data that's been accumulated from that World Warrior encounter, but
it's hard to practice for Du. There are not that many.
For that is like, does he stick it out with Guile? Also?
I think so. I mean, I didn't. When I have seen him play against top-level JPs in recent months, it's been with Guile. He has rarely gone to Cammy. So I'm looking for Guile here. But it's harder practice to play against Du because there are not that many high-level Guiles. There are some, certainly. You look in the Caribbean, there's a couple. For example, you look across the pond, there's a couple. But they all have different styles.
Ikaba if you wanted to.
Well, that's part of what I mean. But they are different styles of Guile.
Yes, 100%.
Right? So practicing for specifically Du, Guile, hard to get. And here we go. It is going to be Guile versus JP. It's the characters that we expect as we're going into the top 8 here for US, Canada, CPT.
And mind you, these are going to be 3 out of 5. Extra time to get that adaptation going. See that pretty much off the screen up with Du. Already knew what to do after that. He was charging down to save his life.
Wow,
what a way to get through the ghost. The boogeyman no longer affects the American soldier. Let's see this throw. No! And I love the control with the crouching heavy punch. After he backed away, knowing full well Bananakin is trying to jump out for safety. What was that?
Okay.
It just pierced his shoulder.
Got a cane.
Dangerous.
This is traditionally considered a tough matchup for Guile. Part of the reason is it's hard for him to easily throw booms at ranges where he normally can because he can get pierced pretty easily. And it just makes his normal stuff difficult. But you notice the way Du plays, he sets it up with that when he can, but he doesn't always need to. He knows that Guile has good movement and good pressure anyway. Good buttons.
You're looking at it, I think it's the most booms we've seen in this interaction thus far, right? You've seen, damn, what a punish counter! The presence of mind to go for the other target combo, the down forward heavy kick.
Du's good. Defense looks great.
Banana can't force himself into burnout. Just to get the situation, right? I think it's totally worth it. You do get the exposure.
Well, he's in trouble if he gets knocked down near the corner now, so he's going to try to hold on to this range. Look at this!
That was such a good call. Had it been like a feint, it would have been a different story, but Banana Ken, he committed to the spike. Very brave read from Knuckle Set up the booms again. I think this is where he wouldn't mind the trade, considering... I take it back. I take it back
change.
now.
Big swing if Banana could get it, if he could have gotten anything set up. But that never happened. So again, Du plays this so well. He was moving forward even in burnout. He knew that he couldn't just stand there and zone. He needed to get in. Guile has all those tools. It's not just about zoning for him.
A little bit of anticipation. You see Banana Ken kind of making that lead against the Sonic Boom with that jet impact. A little bit of detail, a little bit of info for Knuckle. The anti-air there. Again with the crouching heavy punch. So much control against Banana Ken in this corner. You see him backing away, not being overzealous. But now this is great for Banana Ken instead of... He didn't even want to throw a single projectile.
He's worried. Usually this matchup goes the other way, but he's the one who's concerned about throwing this stuff out. Yeah. He doesn't want to get stuck while Knuckle Dew moves forward or sets something up. Oh, that's really
that was really something.
Okay. Into what is the question? He's been able to get back into the ranges that he wants to be pretty well. And on top of that, his understanding of the timing, like when the portal spike comes out, is great. He uses up all the timing before that he can.
And that's definitely not easy.
No.
Departure, level 2, now you get to set up so much, maybe utilize that. That is huge. So as cool as that is, Banana Ken could have possibly died right after that, I think. Set up for like a solid puncher, perhaps, but man, Banana Ken having the good presence in mind to hold on, except for that moment. Knuckle D finds success.
Back to the range that typically JP versus Guile is so comfortable in. Caught out at exact the right moment. It's back to this range again. Theoretically, Bananakin likes.
Oh, raw level 3 as the anti-air. That's, excuse me,
CA,
large.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage, but also the burnout. Bang. Driver forward? No, it's going to be the boom play. I like this.
Oh, nice for Banana Cannon. He gets back to this part of the stage. Good work. Great read on the jump, too, knowing that Knuckle Dude would want to move over the portal spike that was just about to explode. Just good understanding that Knuckle Dude has such a good understanding of what the timing is of that. He knows to expect the dude's going to move around exactly at the right moment.
You could tell somebody is like, yeah, just look at the animation. You could tell when the window's going to be closing, but like it's still very difficult. It's still
What? Is there an animation tell? I literally have only learned the timing of it. That's wild.
You can see it. Like,
Yeah, okay.
Little by little. But you're so focused on everything else on the screen, right? You can throw a phantom, you can throw a spike.
Right.
If you focus on that thing, on that window, you might be like getting chipped to death. Or at least, getting your drive get shipped out more than you're anticipating the window. Anyway. A little long-winded. That link is everything. Oh, no.
Did he get him? Oh, interesting.
Side switch very ambiguous.
Good call. Some movement out. Banana Can always feisty on defense.
Departure still lingering. What? Ooh. I thought
it's the cane, man. Come on. It's about to explode. There it is. Burned out.
For the sake of that drive reversal, but now puts Banana Can at a spot for level 2 just like that.
He's in. Let one of the ghosts do his work for him. He's going to be able to set up a lot of chip on this, if nothing else. Yes.
I like that setup. Banana Can not being overzealous with the rest of his drive gauge, not trying to set up too many things. He knew that there was going to be a chip damage scenario for himself. He secured it. Now what's Knuckle do? Inching his way forward, still maintaining the charge as well, but it's so difficult. Banana Can sniping out the second boom with a very clean jump in. Look at the damage. Departure right in front this time, right above Knuckle 2. Not a lot he could really do, except maybe like move forward a little bit. But
he does look a lot more confident. Wow. Maybe he was looking for parry, but not even that came. He's going to be able to, again, find this range. 2 perfect parries in a row on projectiles. He's in again the grab. Do seem like he was comfortable in this in game 1. It just doesn't seem that way anymore. Maybe a change.
Once too many games, Banana Can also still in burnout. They're able to find a sequence to push Banana Can to the corner and maybe ensure that Dragon comes back. But there's a level 2 for Banana Can, by the way.
Yeah, as soon as he was free. And he's very content, it seems. Maybe just to kind of wait for his drive gauge to come back. Didn't want to overextend in the meantime.
No! Oh my God! You had to see it coming, right?
Genius.
Punish counter. Oh, that was a counter.
Did he get him?
No way it was his turn after that.
The
there was
staircase.
No way.
Right on through.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude. We've been calling that kind of combo staircase forever. Light into medium into heavy.
Yeah, but I feel like
combo.
I've never heard it in this game yet, to be honest with you. It just clicked. When you looked at me,
light into drive into light into medium into drive into
immediately dumb. When you looked at me, you're like, yeah, and I'm like, oh, I mean, I guess. And I have to admit defeat. I'm like, we haven't really called it that in Street Fighter, really.
There haven't been that many opportunities in Street Fighter in the last couple of games, but
That's
this
fair.
one,
it's always been like target combo to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I get
fair
that.
enough, yeah.
I definitely.
What's
get
happening? Why are we not going right back? Is this a change into the Cammy?
2-1 currently. I don't know if it's like a great opportunity for him to test this out. Like even if he gets the W, it's going to be more data for Banana Can in the final game. But I don't think his Guile did too poorly. I think this is the moment where Duel is just kind of assessing what needs to be done, if anything.
I mean, again, if you look back at that game number 1, he did seem comfortable in some situations that typically are considered difficult for Guile. His timings of moving, his timings of throwing booms were really strong. Since then, though, it hasn't really been as easy for him. You could see the Banana has had more control in some of those situations. He has had a better read on like how Do wants to navigate around ghosts and portals and the like. He has had his own really nice movement forward, perfect parry into jump, right? That kind of stuff through projectiles, over projectiles. That has been really effective for him. So yeah, you might be right. Maybe Knuckle Dude's just thinking about this.
I think it's because there was a few moments where Banana Can was lingering around the areas of like if he throws a Sonic Boom and he can react to it, he could jump on in there and at least like close the gap that way and ensure his offense. But outside of that, there hasn't been a lot of projectiles, I feel like, in the second game where it was kind of like intimidating Knuckle Dude. I don't know what it was, but Knuckle Dude kind of just like stopped it a bit. Now, We'll see if there's a change in activity, like how proactive Bananakin's going to be with the projectiles that JP has. I almost said that to Banana.
That's
Checking out the
same
movement.
thing.
So take a look at this range specifically. There's the anti-air Knuckle G. Definitely ready for that.
That medium punch is looking for grounded forward. And he sets it up. And he hangs on to his spot in the corner. He's really hoping to bait something out of there. Do nothing though.
Empty jump low, and that was a counter hit.
Whoa!
No, not at that angle. If it's directly above Guile like that, it's not gonna really autocorrect.
Oh, that would have been. It's just frames away from working.
Good block on the overhead, maintaining that parry. He was just holding on for dear life. Oh, that was a flash kick. You know it. We all know it.
And looking for one hit, and he found it in a funky situation. Counter hit, so Du was doing something as he landed. Upon landing. Well, in any case, it's match point for Bananakin. As you mentioned, last time that they played in the regional final, it was the opposite way with 3-1 Du. Here's Bananakin, though, looking to seal it.
I think it's really taking Du by surprise. It's been very ambiguous for when he's thrown out the ghost. But here comes level 2. It's going to be even more ambiguous on defense. What a drive reversal. Picking and choosing the normal to do it.
Big plus. He's stuck in the corner, trying to get out. Not easy. There's still a portal up there. Yeah. Bananakin took advantage. Du in big trouble. Yellow health bar already. Oh!
No way.
Oh man, it's just a mix-up to survive. Mix-up to survive. The grab comes, and it is Bananakin who gets the W, sending Knuckle Dude down to losers. Bananakin is in winners finals.
This sets us up in such a crazy way. Knuckle Dude being in losers this early.
Idom's out. Punk's already in losers. Knuckle Dude now is in losers.
Wow. I'm floored. I'm floored with the results of 3-1 as well. The full rebuttal. The revenge from World Warrior East.
Yeah.
NA East to be exact, excuse me. But let's talk about it, right? I think there were a lot of moments where Knuckle Dude's aggression in the very first game obviously proved him to be the favorable player, but there was something about Bananakin and his spacing afterwards where he was just picking apart the jumps from Knuckle Dude, having the right moments to anti-air with the feints, but also getting a couple of Sonic Boom punishes himself. And I love that too. This right here. Boom.
Yeah, that was big.
Very great spacing. Good awareness, just presence of mind. Like, you don't understand like how intricate some of these like Sonic Boom placements can
Dude,
be.
it's hard to perfect parry Knuckle Dude's booms. His boom timings are so good, so funky and weird, and yet,
that
the
right
slow
there?
down. All right, back there.
Dang. I see you. Replay man.
Some mystery person on the replay back
All
there.
right, a man. Good job.
And there it is. Bananakin takes it, and he moves into a great position to be able to take this thing. Now, the question is, who earns an equally great position in winners finals against him? It'll be either Naji or Paladin.
And I like both of the characters going up against JP, to be honest with you, man. Juri and Ryu are going to be the representatives here for Naji and Paladin. Going to be very exciting because if you guys have been following along in the realm of competitive Street Fighter 6, Naji is everywhere. Yeah. And I really do mean everywhere. Paladin, I've seen him in a couple of top 8s, consistent top 16s, but also making a lot of content on Twitter. Now, I don't even get to really see that type of caliber being like translated from like content creator to really, really high level competitive player as often outside of like, I feel like a small bubble of players, right? But Paladin right now rocking it with Ryu, I'm excited to see it. No favorites here, obviously. Naji, I'm a fan of his Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
But anytime I see the World Warrior, Ryu, I'm in.
It is cool. Of course, it's unusual. We do have Ending Walker, who's qualified for Capcom Cup, another young Ryu player himself. So, you know, it wouldn't be the first one in there, but it is cool to see again. And yet, yeah, I really enjoy watching Naji's Juri as well. His movement with her, his defense with her is always really cool to watch. His fun fact about himself is, I dropped basketball for this.
Naji?
That's what he says. I dropped basketball.
How tall is he?
I don't know, man. But
that's what I got to know, man. That's actually kind of wild.
And as far as what his preparation for this is, he says, I ran sets with some of the best in the country. That's always good. And Paladin's prep is, as we mentioned yesterday, I studied this game, period. A lot, period.
I mean,
Well-
at the age of 16, not a lot of life's worries can get you down at that point, I feel like. You got a lot
Dude's
of
name
time.
is Max
His
Palladino.
actual name is Max Palladino. Sorry to, throw out the
It's
government
already
like
out
that,
there.
But Max Palladino. His gamer tag was set for him.
I mean,
at
come
birth.
on.
At
Maximum
birth.
Paladin?
That's
you know,
godlike.
Just perfect. Anyway,
Max Paladin sounds cool. Anyway, yeah.
what do you got, Najee?
Let's
Give
see what
us
his
the
quote
quote.
is. Please.
Paladin has the skill and prowess of a well-seasoned vet at a very young age. He thinks out of the box, has a nice game plan built for this level of play. He for sure has a very bright future ahead. I know the matchup will be well fought, but Paladin is about to get piled up and sent to loser's side. You gave me 4 straight lines of, oh, I'm so nice. I'm a cool, good guy. It's all, there's no trash talk. And then you gave me that last one too. I love the juxtaposition between them. There's Najee giving us a quote to start things off.
The verbiage and everything
Love
that
it.
was chosen for that quote, it was still well spoken. It
Of-
wasn't like
it
too
was,
heavy.
for sure.
It wasn't too
Yeah.
like heavy, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was good.
I like that,
Good work.
Najee.
Yeah.
Well done. Well said. Very excited to see it, to be honest with you. I mean, all jokes aside, again,
No,
I've,
it's sick, yeah.
I've had the pleasure of being able to watch Najee like a ton. We both have, actually, from week in, week out, even on ICFCs.
Yeah,
We got to shout them all out, right? ICFC, Can Opener, TNS, NLBC. It's been like nonstop. And one name that really comes to mind when you say Najee, I'm like, yo, this cat is legit entering a bunch
He's working on
every
it.
single time.
Yeah.
And that jury is like getting exponentially better.
Yeah, it's been really, really cool. So, yep, no surprises on the characters here. Paladin does have a backup Luke, but we're just looking for this to be Ryu.
I like how Ryu's eyebrows still go past the headband.
He's got some bushy brows.
Bushy man. All right. Uppercut,
Watching Paladin play yesterday, I just was very impressed at his timings on buttons. He had some really unusual frame track.
Ooh.
Oh, Najee.
Speaking of unusual. Najee not really able to convert. That's fine. Damn, still?
Yeah, that was really good knowledge, too. That was the light one. A little faster. EX might have been not enough. There are some semi-safe jump setups in the game that we'll lose to actually like the light one rather than the EX one. Oh!
I kind of wonder if that. Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. This guy hits. Oh!
Brad gave us
Okay.
what he wanted.
I love the use of Hashogeki as a fake fireball. This guy's great. Uppercut, plenty of time. This fireball's good. This fireball is really good to set yourself up for that anti-air consistently. At that range as well. Paladin. Securing line one.
Hey?
Not going to drop it this time. Feng Shui, let's bring him to the corner. Sprinkle in a little bit of damage. Tap dancing. A little bit of a pump fake going. Damn!
Yeah, he believed in it. Lincoln, very nicely done. And he saves the bar.
No way.
And saves the bar yet again.
That wouldn't have burnt out.
Only going to spend it on the kill. Yeah, totally. Without drive gauge meter. That's
Oh, that hit! What is happening?
Okay, all right, Najee.
You got it. You got it. You got to close it out
Good
now.
one. Yeah, I was a little worried just because he had the drop earlier, but they're all good. Great to see that he's recovered.
Talk about how late that fierce hit towards the end. How many active frames does that bad boy have? Like, is that the same as Ken as compared to Ken's? Like 3 or 4? Sure you can. Damn, that's satisfying. No low forward. Yeah, he's been pretty good with some of these hit confirms as well. I'm very surprised his low forward haven't converted to a lot of damage. But Najee, ever since his one drop of low forward, he has made sure to get the rest of that damage.
Really big battle over that range that's at about a quarter of the stage in front of them. This dude woke up standing. There was not even an on-reaction stand block. He was just doing it. He knew.
Ridiculous with the spacing too. Paladin.
Well, Paladin's done a great job at making easy approaches not going to happen.
Ooh.
You know, the easy drive rush approach, not going to happen. The easy jump in, not going to happen. Even that is contested each time.
The jump in, yeah, Najee still paying attention to the disguise. Well aware that the anti-air needed to be done with the uppercut this time.
Just trying to hold on to the cage. Paladin moving in. He is dangerous.
Oh, that's
Oh,
enough!
man.
It was
That's
just
big
enough.
CA.
Why was that so much damage on that second to last hit? Did you see the chunks of that? It hurts.
That's for you.
His biceps turn into baseballs. In that
He really
animation.
pumps him up.
Dude, he does.
They're pretty big to begin with. Look at this guy out there.
He's
Ryu.
got enough electricity to power the Eastern Seaboard.
I do like this version of Ryu. He's a fun. For me, as somebody who played, the only time I've ever played Ryu is Third Strike Ryu, Dead Ryu, as we did.
Yeah.
Everybody did in
Yeah, of
SoCal.
course.
And he reminds me of that. It's cool to see.
And it's nothing too flashy, right, in terms of the combos. It's just he hits hard, man. And that's the, I think that's the coolest thing. Ooh, punish counter. That could have been a huge conversion, but he opts to get the side switch at least. Naji makes him pay for it. A little bit of attacks. Oof.
Powering in. Giving some funky looks on this strike throw. Looking for hit confirms on both of those. So that is burned out for Naji. She still has good movement though. Okay.
Ooh, what a delay on the dive kick.
But there was nothing else to do. He could have just done super, I guess. Oh, no!
I can't tell you what that was, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what that could have been. I mean, he's possibly looking for chip, obviously, but via an uppercut, though? I wonder if he tried to do level 1.
Super, maybe? Yeah, could be.
And that's big. What a whiff punish still, and very fast, too. That low medium punch is the perfect ideal normal for that. Ooh. The whiff from the thing. Go forward. That was sick.
All right. Defense is anti-airs. Great as always. Yes.
What's crazy about this is Paladin still has one more shot to hit with a level 3.
Uh-oh.
And just as I say it,
Uh-oh.
you know, look at that pass.
Oh.
Bang!
Huge! He's always a big threat in that neutral range.
And he's got, like, the same sizable normals as Ken. To a degree.
Yep, right. I mean,
Ooh, you saw that a mile away? Yeah, he was waiting for that.
Ken is the better character, but I do continue to think that Ryu is a little bit slept on. I think he's got some strength. Paladin holding on to a confident range.
It's much more difficult to contest against the fireball with any sort of reaction from that range as well because of how much faster it is in comparison to Ken's. Right?
Yeah, just kind of, you would need to bet something. Yeah, like this
Just
bet
like that.
was perfect. By Naji. Oh. Way out of the corner now in the mid-screen.
Overhead again. Let's do it one more time. One mix. Naji, he was walking back the whole time. Level 3 is intact. Also, Naji can secure a single hit for the KO. Can't say the same for Paladin, though, while in burnout.
Ooh. Okay. Crouching medium kick connected. Here's Naji. Should be able to seal the deal. Ties it up 1-1.
Very well executed, too. I was wondering what route he was going to go for to connect maybe into like a level 1, but had more than enough damage to the tank. It's Naji. Him tying it up is so significant. Now we get to see like what the adaptation is, mostly for Paladin, I feel like.
Okay, well maybe that's part of the idea. He has not really done that too often. It's been more about mid-range control, frame traps starting at this range here, but that was full on trying to get in right away.
Yeah. And that's something Naji should be like ready for, which he was, right? Defensively, he's technically throw, didn't suffer too much damage from it at all.
Yeah, when I watch Naji play, that's always something that stands out to me. His defense is great.
Damn!
Yeah, right back in.
I thought that was negative 2.
8?
I like this from Naji. Defense. Great aspect of it. What? Corner pressure as well. It was very hard to really check, in my opinion. No dash forward from the feng shui. Paladin also wasn't ready. He seems to be a little bit shook on defense. He hasn't really found the right spots of where he thinks his turn is.
Well, that was Naji just getting that first. That's going to be the corner for him. Oh, he missed the dive. Again, his anti-airs are so consistent. When he gets knocked down, he's consistent on defense. In neutral, he doesn't get got easily. It's not going to be an easy jump on the approach.
Block on the overhead again. Naji's been so superb. On his defense, he's ready for it. Absolutely. At the cost of the burnout. Can he close it out here, though, with the level 1? No, he cannot. So,
but you got Ryu in yellow.
what? You put yourself in the corner.
Ryu in yellow. means he needs one more hit. He actually needs one hit.
No
Okay. Got him. Again, it's that defense that has come up huge for Najee.
Hey, Najee, I see you. It's very difficult to keep that in mind. Like, there's always going to be like that heat map in my brain where it's like, this is the side of the map, or this is the side of the stage where you're going to expect drive impact the most, but not when it's like meaty like that. Like,
No, that's hard. Yeah.
it's so difficult to
Yeah,
keep track
it
of.
is. But he was ready, and he's been ready for overhead blocks for the most part. I think he got hit by one, but he's been great at that. He has teched. He has had great anti-airs, very consistent when it comes to that. Hard to get in. Once you do get in, hard to actually find a hit.
Yeah, I want to say like there were a couple of moments where he just held back on wake up, but you could see like in other instances, I think the very last overhead he blocked, he went from that crouching position and still managed to stand just in time. So it's very difficult really for Paladin to even find this opening. Now you're thinking to yourself, do you start to implement maybe like a tick throw, maybe like a little bit of a shimmy for like those delayed techs perhaps? Like I want to see what happens now for Paladin's offense, because right now if he keeps being forced to play defense, it's not looking like the best time. I think his offense is shining a lot more from the last couple of games in comparison to his defense, to be honest.
Did he switch to Luke? No. Okay.
I was waiting for Sandblast. But I like Fireball so much. I like Hadouken so much more. All right, so yes, this is he's locked in essentially with Ryu.
Yeah. It's a good start for him. Ooh.
Oh, a different look on defense from Najee now, taking the risk. Still within range to get the uppercut. What a stop with big check with him.
Back to mid-range control. Paladin not wanting to overextend. Najee wasn't in time. So Paladin has his own great reactions. Carry. Oh, get him! He does get the kill.
It's fine. Him spending that level one there, absolutely fine.
A little bit more counter poking from him. Again, in the previous game, we saw him started out with that drive rush right in. He's not doing that anymore. But he is trying to give a different look in terms of neutral play. Last round, it was successful.
Najee is willing to play this game in this exact space. As soon as he's within medium range, then he'll press the button. But for now, I think he's looking for the parries on the fireballs, but don't be overzealous with it. If you manage to, like, take one too many, it's about disaster. Ooh, yes, sir, the cross-cut DP. Oh, that's a trade!
Yeah, I kind of think that was possible. I don't know. Great tech again. Najee's defense really coming into play. The whip punish is not there. Got him.
Counter poke against the drive rush. Najee in dire straits. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
He had the perfect parry, right? Yeah. I think he didn't have enough drive gauge to do a regular parry even. That was super strong by Najee.
He did get hit first.
Yeah.
Right before that.
Yeah.
So
maybe he did at that point. Yeah.
More. He's there.
Oh. That's yellow Ryu. You know the damage that is potential.
Oh, and he wasn't ready for it. I thought we saw Paladin. He dropped.
Oh, no.
And it's Najee in burnout. Oh, it's full pursuit.
Uh-oh. Paladin all the way back.
You saw Najee. He backed away just a little bit, trying to read another overhead perhaps, but it's the low. And just enough frame advantage to get that crouching medium punch afterwards. Excellent play. Good rebuttal. We're down to the final game, baby. That was actually so sick. The big fireball, too close in. Najee well prepared for the whip punishes. Speaking of whip punishes, get off of me. Charge up that Genjin.
Another chance, no cancel though.
He makes me want to play this character, I'm not going to lie.
It is cool. I agree.
Oof.
You could really see the danger of that neutral zone between them, where they keep walking up just to the precipice and then backing off. That quarter screen range in front.
Oh. Counter hits, sort of stuffing out maybe like an attempt at a fireball from Paladin. Oh.
Both of them just passing each other. However, Paladin is slowly moving Najee back towards the corner.
Damn. What a delay. That was a counter hit as well. He's changing the timing again.
Got him. Najee alive still.
Is that in time?
One. What a
Nice!
beast. And he was buffering that as well. He masked the first buffer with like a little bit of a backwalk, and then he immediately buffered again. That was actually pretty slick. I see you.
Match point for Paladin to join Banana Cannon in winners finals. Naji setting up corner pressure. No, not for
What
long.
a whiff on it. Again, crouching medium punch, a compact and quick button.
There's that danger zone. It was Paladin who tried to bypass it. Naji's now in. So neither one has let the other jump almost at all. Got him! Uh-oh.
A big check on the attempted overhead from Naji. The Paladin now has to hold on to it. What a time to use that drive impact. No, there's a gap. You can't do that for free. But what an expensive finish. We'll take that from Naji. Both players, final round. The stinky foot right in the grill. Ew, nasty. Take a wash, take a bath. That beard's got to be infected at this point. Don't think about it.
That's all I'm thinking about now. We're going into the final round. Again, the danger zone between them. Naji making it happen a little bit. He gets a rare actual jump in. Yeah, it's hype. Naji. Got corner pressure, yes. Get right in there.
Huge. This is a good off-me tool. OG fireball. Excellent for the knockback. Paladin again. That straight shot from the low medium kick didn't result in a lot of damage, but it's fine. He needs to get himself out of the corner.
Oh, tricky. Big opportunity. Big opportunity for Naji. For Naji. And he's got it! Naji will get into winners finals. It's going to be him and Bananakin coming up later on.
Man, I think I'm going to attest it to like the slight mistake of Paladin throwing out the donkey kick in between a string that has a gap, right? That was actually
really
pretty
him,
imperative.
like,
Pretty imperative for
hunting
Naji.
for chip. Like, he didn't need to at that moment. It wasn't going to kill, for example, even if that had hit connected for chip.
Yeah.
You're right. Like that. But for that overextension, could have been a different story. That said, I mean, Naji had his own drop previously that Paladin had to make his way back from. So on either side, I mean,
that evens it out a little bit.
I don't know, but
Checks and balances kind of thing. Well, you dropped this combo
Right,
in game
yeah,
one, so
yeah.
by ipso facto, I should be the one to take it all here, right? But like that's so.
they both had really strong stuff. And Naji, as somebody who I think of as having fantastic defense, it's tough to react to that, what he did to get through. But I am not surprised of all people to see him do that.
Oh.
By the way, I feel like there's probably cool combo video combos you could do there after that connection. Yeah, this moment, man, that was huge.
It was more than enough damage too. And you would think to yourself, it's like, all right, it's fine. Paladin does have like 2 bars to his name, but Naji was just so overwhelming towards the end. I feel like it might have shook up Paladin mentally. And that happens. It's a very common occurrence.
Oh, yeah.
Like, even if you have like the advantage, it's like, all right, well, on paper, I should be just fine. But in that moment, it's like, you're lingering on it. It's like, man, I actually could have won if I just didn't do this sequence.
16 years old, Paladin.
Man.
There is a high ceiling for that guy if he wants to keep going. So 3-2. Right now, today, Naji is the one who moves on. You see what the winners final will be. Bananacan versus Naji. Looking at the loser's side, Ramos versus Punk. Winner will play against Paladin. And then Kami versus Flux Waves. Winner will play against Knuckle Dew. Only so many matches remain here in this CPT. And in fact, for the CPT overall, it's only one more after this. It's going to be US, Canada, Midwest coming up next time. Registration will close tomorrow in the morning. So if you are in that region, get in while you still can. It's going to be the last one. Again, Capcom Cup is coming up next month. It's soon at this point. There it is. Registration is now open for the LCQ and then Capcom Cup 10 itself. February 21st to 25th to decide who will get that grand prize of $1 million.
And do yourself a favor, right? Be sure to do it now, like as we're talking about it, like just in case it's like, I'll wait till like the CPT's over, I'll wait till top 8's over, then something comes up. It's like, man, I missed my opportunity. I've heard that 1.5 million times where people almost forget to register and also sometimes even forget to play into their own CPT events because they're playing MMOs. But anyways, I'm not singling anyone out. I just want to make sure you guys are well prepared. Be sure to sign up on StartGG or over at CapcomProTour.com. In the meantime, while we get ready for this break, you already know what to do. you. It's Chipotle time. These guys have been joining hands with Capcom this year for a very, very special occasion. And guess what? Carne Asada is still available. I checked last night after my, testing out of Type Arcade of Street Fighter 6. It was pretty cool. But yeah, the Carne Asada, guess what? It's still back right now with tender cuts of steak, lime, cilantro, and the signature spices. This item is only back on the grill for a limited amount of time, but also big ups to them for making the burrito costume. I thought that was phenomenal. I had a blast. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we have more Street Fighter 6 action. You don't want to miss it. We already have our winners finals set, but now we go into the pool of sharks right after this break.
Chipotle's Carne Asada is back. It's our most tender cuts of steak, grilled and seasoned with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne Asada. This is our best steak ever.
Showtime, baby! Right now! Everyone's got a ticket for this Capcom Cup is getting a show. Right final game, final round! You couldn't write a better story! Get into the ring!
God, I'm low. God, my soul. All of my thoughts be dark like coal. Up to the party, y'all don't want smoke. Energize the body, raise up the army. Right now.
I'll take on all of you! Right now. Finish scores, I win it all. Right now. I secret on. Show me your strength!
Feet on the ground, look around.
This corner pressure is where every walk up through.
No more games.
Time to get serious!
That
RD taking it down convincingly against the biggest threat thus far. Show me the replay. Sit down and shut up.
Wait a minute. Turn it up. I'm on fire. It's like a creative physics. It's like I was born on the outer. Close my eyes, all I see is digits. This how I feel when you get to the commas.
That felt good, didn't it?
Emoji going the distance.
I've seen a lot of fights in my day, but nothing even comes close to this.
Wrap this up right now. Meaningless
I present the Hunter from Komura.
This
I naturally, because of all of our years of training together and kicking it at tournaments, talking about sneakers and all that, none other than my dog, OG Yon. What's going on with you, bro?
Yo, how's it going?
What's happening? I'm good. I'm good. One thing I gotta say, bro, is like one thing I was surprised about is that not only are you a high-level competitive player like you have been, but you also ended up now starting to run tournaments. Before you even got World Warrior, you already have started a tournament series. Letting people know about that prior to World Warrior even. And then now you're obviously a World Warrior TL for NA East, which is huge. I mean, NA East is one of the most, I would say, sought-after regions in the world when it comes to watching the events there. Some of the most ridiculous players. So what's that been like for you, man, actually being officially working with Capcom and everything?
Yeah, World Warrior's been amazing. Definitely US East is like some of the most stacked players. You have Idom, you have Punk, you have Knuckledude who came back. With online tournaments, everyone likes to sign up last minute. So that's like one of the fortunate things. Even if we put that out like weeks in advance and stuff, even if it's World Warrior and stuff too. Like the first one had like the most stacked with like 91 and stuff too. And then, you know, sort of taper out, you kind of had your regulars and stuff too because, you know, everyone wanted to be in the World Warrior CPT and then you realize it's a series and, you know, try to make the dates and stuff not conflict with any offline stuff too because, you know, I show a lot of love to the TOs because, I mean, you know, they're the reason why I do what I do. So I started running brackets at events, Big E events especially, final rounds, ECTs, Egos and stuff too. And that's how I got all that tournament running experience. And then, you know, I streamed ranked and then, you know, slowly turned into a tournament series after that, so.
OG Yon, what you have done with the scene up to this point, bro, has been extremely dope. Like I said, it's so interesting just seeing you go from just a player, which was a dope player already, and you still are, to now on the TO side too. Definitely fire in one of the most best dressed people in the FGC as well. My dog, OG Yon. We got more CPT action for you right now.
Speaking of that CPT action, if you guys have been following along these last couple of months, you might have noticed a brand new theme. Before we get into it, my name is Vicious, here with Ultra David to talk to you about the new song that has been playing throughout the entirety of the Capcom Pro Tour, as of late, actually. So saying, I guess, through the entirety of it is incorrect. But it's been, I will say, a really big collaboration with a ton of different artists. You can see it right here. Boom, the official theme. The team behind the Street Fighter 6 soundtrack, they created a new theme song for this tour that was arranged and composed by Yoshia Terayama, a member of Capjams, who have been doing really, really great things. Their performance over at EVO this past year was phenomenal. Hearing the tunes in person was so damn cool. I was actually pretty hype about that. Then that weird, that mystery reveal afterwards with that song that most kids wouldn't know. But anyways, it features a lot of talented artists like J-Star, Rocco808, and Randy Marks, so be sure to enjoy this brand new theme, Legend. It's available now on streaming platforms. You guys have been hearing it, and you'll be hearing it a lot more throughout the entirety of this Capcom Pro Tour. Really exciting stuff overall. I'm glad to see like so many different artists collaborate on the project of Street Fighter 6, whether it's art, whether it's music. It's been a really, really fun time and really engaging, I feel like, in pop culture as of late.
It's been a lot of fun for sure, and today has been so far as well in our matches that we have here. US, Canada, East. One of these players is going to be able to qualify into Capcom Cup. That's what we're here to decide today. Let's check the bracket. We'll let you know where we're at. Ramos versus Fly Punk is going to be coming up next. Then after that, Kami versus Flux Waves. Yes, Punk and Knuckledew in losers. Coming into this weekend, very common topic of conversation was, man, only one of Punk or Knuckledew or Idom will qualify.
Right.
Only one of. Well, friends, it may be none of.
That is a
It may be none of. Because Idom's already not in here. Punk could lose right now. Knuckledew or Punk could lose after that. There's a lot that is still possible. We'll see what happens.
I can't even imagine it. Like a world without like either of those two players in a Capcom Cup.
I mean, it speaks to the strength of the region overall. Those are the players who we think of the most, and I would think with good reason historically. But it really does speak to the strength of the region overall.
I'm also very open to the idea of someone brand new,
Absolutely.
not necessarily to the game, but also their inception into Capcom Cup. That is a pretty significant deal. We've seen how big it was in the very beginning of Street Fighter V, and there are some of the moments for some of those players as well in their first time ever. But going into it right now on the loser side, Punk versus Ramos. This is going to be kind of sick.
This is actually two players who have been in Capcom Cup before. You know, Punk has been in Street Fighter V, but Ramos was in Street Fighter Cross Tekken back in 2013.
2013 was the video that you found?
It was uploaded January 4th of 2014. So I believe it was the end. I think it was December 2013. And it had me commentating on it. So I probably should remember.
Really?
I probably should. But
Come on.
I believe it was December 2013. So in any case, they both have actually been at Capcom Cup before. Just that Ramos hasn't really been playing SF5. Wasn't playing in SF5 in the same way that like Punk was grinding it. But he's a strong player historically. And now back in Street Fighter 6. In this top 8 for good reason. It's not like he randomed his way into this thing. You know,
Definitely not.
He beat Fatality, Zaffarino. He beat Simple Tricks. He beat IDOM to make it into the top 8.
It was man. If you guys can go back and watch that, it was a pretty huge deal as to how it went down. But either way, Ramos was here with that modern Chun-Li. Now, Punk, we've talked about him plenty of times, plenty of years over. What else is there to say about this individual? Right? He is champion. He has been a champion like in a multitude of different Capcom Pro Tours. He has been the most prolific Street Fighter player as of late, I think, in this this current generation, even like the slight previous generation. He still is.
He was a game changer in Street Fighter 5.
He created Karen, by the way.
Yeah, really. I mean, not just Karen, but the kind of play style of looking for hit confirms, single hit confirms in Street Fighter 5. Not that he was the first one in the world to do that, but in terms of popularizing it, man, we all had to change our games after seeing what Punk was doing. So, yeah, he has had a really, really big impact. And the interview that was up yesterday in between matches, I hope you all had a chance to see, where Rob interviewed Punk, and he really was emotional about describing what he would do with the money if he were to win Capcom Cup. The $1 million would go to his family and helping them move to a better location. This means a lot to him, and it feels close to him in a way that I think many other players don't have. If you really have a chance to really qualify and win Capcom Cup, that's like a plausible thing for you.
Yes.
It feels close.
100%.
It feels, and you could tell that really feels that way for him. So anyway, let's see what he had to say coming into this weekend against Ramos.
As heartfelt as it was, he says, "I'm going to drive impact you when you have super and laugh, Mr. Modern."
Oh my gosh.
I was just about to say, like, you know, we talk about Punk the persona, but also he's a real sensible guy when it comes to like these interviews. And then bang, he hits us with the quote. And to be fair, I'm low key, you know, like that is kind of funny.
It is.
It is kind of funny.
Man. As a Modern player myself, we were actually just playing, and did I get hit by some DIs into the corner?
A couple.
It still happens, even though it's just a button to press for super.
But he's also, he started to like counter with super or like counter with his own DI. It was really fun.
Modern is definitely easier when it comes to that stuff. It's not zero execution, by the way. You do have to actually press the right direction on the stick to get the one that you want. It's very easy.
Yes.
Please don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But it's not the case that like it's zero execution still, because you're still like inputting your stuff.
It's not like
into
you
a video
think
game
about
controller.
it and it comes
Exactly.
out.
Exactly.
It's not like, hey, I got you. I didn't even have to try it. You know, there's some side issues. Yeah. And also with certain charge characters, I don't think Chun-Li is of that caliber. I think for her modern supers, but I might be wrong. Yeah. Please correct me on that on Twitter. Let me know.
All right, well, here's Punk already into the corner. Ramos almost never did that in the set versus IDOM until the very last interaction. So interesting to see that he started off with it here.
Oh, that is a big throw bait match. And so much extra damage on that.
Okay.
And the meaty drive impact, Mr. Modern.
The man tested it in literally round 1.
He's knocking on your door.
Round 1, he did meaty DI when Ramos had super. And by the way, not when Ramos didn't have super.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior drive impact?
Oh, no, okay, all right.
Different look. Okay.
The test. He passes the test.
Modern or classic, that's still very difficult to do.
Yeah.
Oh, what a time to get that burnout as well. And speaking of which,
his own test.
And I like the frame kill. What, triple dash forward?
Triple dash.
Get me a red back?
Backing off to a more comfortable range, perhaps.
Oh, but don't test the whiff punish, King. Oh.
Punk feels like he can get away with anything. You can tell by his game plan right now. And you know what? In game number 1, he is the one who comes out on top.
Locked on.
Bang. He could have finished it with level 3 kill, right? Wasn't Chun-Li like in the yellow at that point? Was he just doing a little bit extra?
Faction kill.
Because I actually didn't get to see it. So
yeah, I suspect not.
Okay.
I think it wasn't just jerkery. I think that was, an intentional standing reset situation.
Gotcha. And now it's Ramos. I feel like, he's been in that situation. There we go. The exposure of the low medium kick just within that range. As I was mentioning, that medium punch has been pivotal for his offense, right? But misplacing it one time, I don't think he'll make that same mistake again. But really, we'll see if Punk kind of fakes him out to do so. As it stands, man, these punish counters have been wailing on him. OD10 show again.
Okay, now, super important to see. Of course, Punk's going right back into the well on DI. Not surprised at all. Here it comes again. Oh, well, you know what? Ramos knew it as well.
Oh, no! And he got the conversion? Oh, I thought he was
backing off rather than trying strike throw for the kill. He has backed away. Punk's hoping to just react to something. He does, and he gets right through, and man.
I wonder what the situation was again. Like when Punk was knocked down, he had drive gauge, he had level 2, so I feel like Ramos being in burnout, maybe he was fearing like the chip damage perhaps, like with the super perhaps. It could have been a possibility. Either way, damage pretty significant for Ramos, looking for that corner carry again to see if he can get his ass up in the corner. But again, it's the handshake that gets whipped. All-time Rocky favorite. You see that? It's crazy.
Boy, Punk. You can feel, you can get the sense that he feels that he can do almost anything.
There, yes sir, with the crouching jab to start it off first. More than enough for level 3 this time. And it's 2 games straight for Punk. 4 rounds straight, excuse me. Another to the grill.
When we saw Ramos play yesterday, we thought that he had strong defense in neutral. His offense was not, always super impressive, but he was great in other aspects of the game. His offense has not really come into play at all. I'm not sure what to say about it because it just hasn't really been a factor because the neutral's been so controlled by Punk. And Punk, classically, Punk is just really difficult to defend against. His mix-ups, very, very hard to know what's coming up next.
And how many fierces
is knocking on the door.
And that's literally like so much damage to your drive.
Right?
Oh, man.
Oh man, Punk is speed running through. Losers bracket Punk. Not something you see all the time, but when you do see it, you do tend to see that he really is a buzzsaw coming into this.
Another tank showcase. He's 100% on these OD reversals, is Ramos, but I will talk about too, Punk has been really finding the perfect spacing on these dive kicks.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, and also tricking Ramos into thinking the low forward is going to hit. Or at least the forward hitter, I should say.
Okay, now with the offense.
Mistimed it again. How many times do you miss his move?
Gets a chance. No. Punk right away, waking up with jump. He knew it was his time to get right back in. Again. Next is for the kill if he... Instead, Ramos. That is modern damage. It's still going to be enough.
And that's fine. Either Soten Ranka or getting this is totally fine just to get that round on. You have to build that mentality back. Ooh, that punish counter was everything too. Over the jab. I like the conversion from Ramos. Here we go.
Again, it's Punk out of there. Again, Ramos' offense doesn't amount to as much as he would like it to.
In that case, it was out of his control, but that low forward also another big exposure down below. Punk again waking up with a jump. OD dive kick this time.
Punk at a range where he'd love to see something whiff. No, he's right back through it. Oh, is he going to try to dump all the way into this? I don't think so, man. Is this enough?
I want to say she's living by a pixel. Very, very magical pixel.
Yep,
okay,
there
more
it
than
is,
enough
couple of pixels. Ramos still in big trouble, nevertheless.
Oh no! What was that? I can't even begin to think what that was. There was no idea. No idea what it could have been.
I gotta think that was special button, and just maybe he didn't get the execution of holding the direction that you want. I'm telling you, it's not zero execution, folks. It is. You still have to input the stuff that you want, and unfortunately for Ramos, that was clearly not what he was hoping for. I mean, if you make burned out opponent block that, cool. But that was just not in the range to make it happen. So Punk manages to make his way through, made good on his promise to try the DI and see what would happen. And he did make it happen pretty well. His whiff punishes were on point. His defense was on point, but it was active defense. It wasn't like
Sure
he was
was,
blocking out and teching stuff. He was jumping if he thought it was grab. He was doing EXDP if he thought that it was meaty button. And he was right almost every time.
I think one of the, if there's ever a moment where Ramos does watch his back, I think one of the biggest points of contention in terms of like what actually went wrong, I feel like he hasn't really enforced enough on a knockdown, in my opinion. He may have done so in like the first parts of the set, but it wasn't consistent enough. And then towards the end, that just mishap. It's hard to really like commentate on that. What could have been. Maybe he was maybe trying to charge for a fireball, press like the shortcut to it instead, and that just comes out. But overall, like in totality of Ramos' performance, I think he did a great job getting himself in the top 8.
Of course.
And if there's like only one big highlight, it's just like timing the meaties that he's had. Maybe it would have been a different story over in Winterside.
Hats off to him on the run. Not going to happen all the way through today, but still making top 8 at CPT US Canada East is an incredible achievement because, again, this region is extremely difficult with 642 total entrants.
Truly.
So hats off. We now move to the other side of losers round 1.
Kami versus Flux Wave Z. Now, this is a very interesting one. I've been digging around on social media a little bit, and now Kami, he was talking about like how he hasn't really been practicing.
Yeah.
He's been like 5 months out of the game, and he comes back and he finds himself in the top 8, really feeling himself as he should.
Yeah.
Because I think he's still a phenomenal player. Most of his time on stream has been, I think, watching along with his viewers and checking out like the top level. And I feel like with his mentality and the way that he's acclimated himself to the game, he doesn't necessarily need to practice because he's already like dissecting all the information. I feel like his execution is top notch for his generation.
He's very strong. There's no doubt about it. Happy to see that he's in this situation. He lost to Sammy to be put down on loser side, but he beat Mekalo and Simij and Psycho on his way through into this position. Strong players for sure. And then Flux Waves, in terms of World Warrior, was in Canada, so Canada East. Second place there, and second in points before that. So a very strong showing, although not enough to qualify outright. In terms of his prep, it says, I grinded ranked, studied opponents, labbed scenarios, the usual. And Kami's prep, again, as I mentioned yesterday, was watch anime and play ranked.
You see the difference between the two players, right? Like Kami, he's taking it lax, but he's still like digesting information.
Yeah.
Flux Waves, he's literally like executing it physically on a day-to-day basis. Two different types of players, but also one tidbit. Flux Waves, the way he went down in his run in World Warrior was to a Luke player, Joe Umarogan. So we'll see how much of that strategy has kind of changed up and if he's ready for the type of playstyle that Kami presents. But speaking of, we do have our quote from Flux Wave Z. Let's take a look.
Kami is a strong, aggressive player. Try to make this a good match. Well, he's right about the first part. I'm sure he will in the second part. He lost to Alex Smith, but then beat Simple Tricks and Adrian NY, and then Alex Smith on his way into the top 8. So he did get the run back.
The run back, yeah.
He did get the run back.
I feel like that's been the theme thus far. I feel like in CPT and East, but as it is right now, this is going to be kind of difficult. I feel like this is going to be like Kami coming in with like a brand new approach or like a brand new look. I feel like no one's ever really ready for the approach that Kami takes in the majority of his matches. But
dude, his defense yesterday, remember his blocking sequences? We were so hype about his blocking sequences. The man blocked coast to coast. Blocked coast to coast.
I feel good.
It's so good. Yeah, so good. Well, we'll see if that comes up. Already it's Flux Waves who finds a hit, and it's at exactly the right spot on screen for him. Setting up the portal. Nice navigation though by Kami.
He's weaving through it, doesn't even want to bother trying to utilize parry at that. He's just in the right space. That's sweet. It's so, man, I can't tell you how many times I see people get caught by that sweep.
Oh, that was even fake Ghost.
Set up. Counter hit, yes, still within range for the crouching medium punch Link.
Right back into it again. Ooh, big button to hit there. Interesting defensive choice. Called out the movement by Kami.
Again, he's been so good at like maneuvering past the projectile. Departures. There's a departure in front of him.
Kami really needs to not get burned out here. Okay, goodness. I wouldn't put it past him though to just straight up block a level 2 JP. Uh-oh.
No conversion. Flux break, drop the combo.
Yeah, here's level 2.
All right,
yeah.
And he doesn't have space to kind of walk back.
Okay, man, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just block it all. Yeah, like, I'm not surprised. This dude's defense is very strong.
I mean, I didn't think it would be like hold down the parry and then cancel it into the uppercut. I thought it was just hold parry and wave, but that's actually way better. Kami, first round. 2 bars to his name as well. The next hit is going to hurt, trying to prevent the counter punch.
Hey. That's a gray boy. Backing off. Hard to avoid taking a bunch of chip in this situation. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, the overhead. And he's been so risk averse. He's big chilling. Got all of his meter back. Not too much damage taken. He'll take this throw, but what happens afterwards?
Oh.
That's so tricky.
Yeah, as you said, and now if he finds the next hit, he can kill. Both ways knows that though. Trying to be cautious.
Yeah, he's chilling until he builds some bar back for at least a cancel. Oh, that could have been it.
Right, okay. Defense, and now maybe, oh, if he gets a chance to get a level 2, I don't know, sure he will. Here's Kami.
Ooh, what was that? Flux went for a crouching medium punch. Oh, man. I think it was just at a moment where he pressed it right as Kami was jumping. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell you.
Medium punch?
That was crouching medium punch, 100%.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder why. Maybe he just was already committed and there happened to be a jump. I don't know.
I want to assume maybe he wanted to go for like amnesia, perhaps, but that's not even the right button, right? That's tough.
Well, clearly it's not what he was hoping for, but
yeah. Thanks, David. That's exactly it.
You gotta score more goals than the opponent. You gotta
duly noted. I'm writing that in my commentator's handbook.
Get a little bit more touchdowns than them.
What a goober. Anyways. I wonder what it could have been from Kami. The burnout is there.
We have seen burnouts though, and they haven't been end of the world for crying out loud.
Fluxway's doing a phenomenal job of really grinding it out.
There's a lot of chips though. Oh, a chance. No, not quite.
Ah, and I like that response. Knowing full well Kami didn't have level 3 loaded. Yeah, that is a very, very simple solution to anybody who's throwing out that fierce, heavy flash knuckle. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
We've seen that trick before. Fluxway is ready for it. Look at the damage and the parry. Instead of this.
Okay. Wow. And then big swing on the drive gauge here.
65.
Okay. We haven't really seen up close offense from him very much.
Oh, that was
versus parry as well.
That's a lot of damage. And also,
again, burned out.
A great way to burn out for sure.
Yeah, now it was fatal to be caught in that situation. Again, he has been okay in burnout, but there was not much life to survive. He needed to move in some way, and looks like called it out.
It is very difficult, man. That second set of spikes that comes out, it just comes out so quickly. The OD, it's so hard to manage when you're trying to walk forward. You have to consistently walk forward. And now he's looking for a way to maneuver. That's one ghost down. At least carries the OD. That's a scary spot to be in, too. Flux Face for a knockback with the drive reversal. Throwing different looks with the ghosts, too. That low. Catch Kami out front.
He's very confident in his position right there. Button as Kami landed, and then right back to where he wants to be. Oh, here's the movement, though, by Kami. Right past the spike, all the way in the corner. Oh, big chance. Into Kami. He's got a chance to kill if he finds the hit.
He definitely finds all of that. Yeah, amnesia, not going to work out. I don't think we've seen that option from Flux on defense yet. Have we not? We haven't seen that.
But there were a couple in that round. He got baited out. Ooh. It's going to be a nice stage counter carry.
This is such a precarious position, I feel like, for Kami, just to navigate over and over and over again. Yeah, the link crouching jab and the crouching heavy punch. That's it though. He's gonna roll out of there, but still in pursuit. Punish counter, you're stuck in position now. Ooh.
Luke got there first. Kami's got it.
Nice and easy as well, not trying to risk it.
No, very smart solution. That's the way to get the kill easily. And that all started because Kami had, again, great navigation of what was going on with JP's intended ghost control. Like his backing off, then jumping, his forward movement, then jumping, his drive rushing in. Like he's really mixing up all those options well, so it's tough for Flux Waves to know where Kami's going to be.
I'm going to need the list of the anime recommendation that he's been watching to get himself ready. Like, if he's navigating JP the way that he's doing with those shows that he's watching, I'm going to need it. That is for sure. Ooh, he tried to counter poke it. I get it from Flux Waves. It's a little bit too far out with an medium punch. Ooh, tricky angle.
Good old jump light. Sick. Knew exactly what Kami was going to be doing. If he can get more reads like that, it's going to be huge, man. And one thing to do that I think is a little bit underrated is Kami, well, he gets hit here, but often backs off before he then moves forward. And against the zoner, sometimes that's as helpful as just being consistent about moving forward. Like that is your forward movement, is set up by backwards movement.
I guess that makes sense, yeah. You can see it very consistently here, yeah. Flux Waves. There's a big counter against it. Partial window right in front. Right above him.
Nice timing!
Wow!
So cool. What a cool character. Come on. JP, come on.
You don't have to convince me. Let's go for home. I think
fair enough, yeah. Fading some of that blue stuff out of Kami.
That was just within range of that Fierce. Look at it. Oh, do it again. Damage? Yes,
this
damage
could be a
ended.
3-hit round. He finds the right hit right here.
Oh, the overhead. He's fine. He's fine.
moves.
He can keep going,
Oh,
keep going forward.
Burned out.
Oh, he's fine with this.
Flux Waves is not taking risks. Okay, now that he can... Oh, he does actually cash out. That makes a lot of damage. Clearly with it. See what he can set up afterward.
He has to move forward. I think it's for carry. That was so deceptive. Are you kidding me? And he has enough to get another setup afterwards? What is happening? What is happening? He's away. Oh, jump medium.
No cancel afterward, but Kami's in there.
I can't tell you what was happening.
Rockets through into
what?
the knife of crouching medium kick. Match point Kami.
Brother, what happened? I didn't know what that sequence was. No level 3 for Kami. Oh, but the OD command grab. Flux Waves.
Kami moving backwards so that he can then move forward. Yep, there it is. Confirmed from Flux Waves. He is low on drive gauge, though. Dude, that timing. Trying to be patient.
Oh, that's a big punish. The
Yes.
sweep from Flux? I don't know about all this. Heavy, you gotta get it back. You gotta get that damage. You gotta get some of your bar back. But also maintain this corner. Don't let Flux activate this level 2. It could be disastrous for you.
2 bars to think about. Got it. Okay, now Kami, he has to truly block it.
What a block on the
Come
overhead!
on! Okay, no, not enough.
This might just be. What is it? No, he builds back his drive gauge. There's departure right above him, Flux Wave. And you know, Kami knows it. He doesn't want to even try to deal with that teleport mix-up afterwards.
He's playing very safely. Oh, he was trying to anyway.
What a confirm from Flux.
He was looking for that portal spike to come out at its automatic time, but instead, snap, it came out a little bit earlier than he expected. And so his walking forward got. Shoutouts to Flux. Nice zoning from full screen going down to the final game.
This is too intense, man. As often as we see, as common as we see this matchup, man, so many different approaches.
Yeah. Two characters who have so many options that everybody plays them a little bit differently. Oh.
Does that tickle you, huh? You like that one?
I just like seeing people call out exactly where somebody's going to be in that way. Like, it's not an auto-tracking move. You got to guess where they're going to be.
That feels good.
Yeah.
I just never heard you guys like, that's all. Okay. The parts of the window right in front of him. Again, the purpose of these windows is really just to halt Kami's movement. Right? He's just going to be placing it right in front of him. To think about the approach. The spikes can go out. They'll chip him out as well. Some of the phantoms, but Flux.
Little tap parry there, hoping to see a button out of Kami.
Can't imagine what that was for. Really, he had to step up. This is
Lost
tough.
2 bars there. Oh, no DP. He had been consistent with that, but tough to get that next to it.
Number 1, Morgan enough?
No!
Whiffies.
Oh, boy. That was close to whiffing as well.
Uppercut! Oh, no! The eraser. I have no idea if that was intentional.
Usually it's a pretty good go-to button, but right there did not work out as he was hoping. Match point Flux Waves. Okay. I was going to say, he had moved up a lot. Kami, there's the movement I was talking about, and you do have to guess where the opponent's going to be as the JP player. This time, Kami moved past where the spike was.
Opponent's counter on the throw, and that's a back throw. It's that double departure. So Mr. Flight walking up. Here comes the level 2. Presence of mind to press the parry. Yes, sir. And Flux Waves was waiting. He was waiting for an uppercut, but then still got the throw. What a jump out.
Gotta think it's coming out.
100%.
Yes.
This is great. Fantastic for Kami. The damage is there, and also building up at least, what, 2.5 bars? My mistake. 4.5.
Yeah, but still enough to make things happen. Enough to be not at immediately risking getting burned out. Maybe not immediately risking getting burned out, but man, Kami with control! Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Flux ran into the crouching medium punch. We're going to a final round.
The movement right there by Kami.
He's the
Skating past.
He's the complete package. Defense, movement, offense. The Flux, he's got a plethora of control with different looks. The departure, the spikes, the phantoms. This is truly a hotly contested match. Flux with a departure again. Kami low on the drive. Burnout very early. This could be a very dangerous spot. Flux also just needs to find a way to get level 2 going. You already know it's target combo first.
Into Kami in big trouble.
You thought you could sneak in a drive impact for the W. Kami ready with the level 1. No punish against the
big whiff.
Oh my god.
Kami, just as his drive comes back, just in time for this sequence here for pressure.
Oh, uppercut. He's got it. A throw. No, it's the command grab. It's enough damage! Flux Wave Z making it through past Kami with the command grab yet again.
Man, what a match between those two. That went really down to the final wire. Just a perfect example of how to, on one side, set up a minefield to prevent your opponent from easily moving through. And then on the other side, how to navigate that minefield and that battle between who was going to win in neutral, who was going to move, or whether Luke was going to be able to move through. That was huge. That was what it was about in so many ways.
It really was, right? We saw the adaptation from Flux Waves. We saw Kami trying to get a little bit overzealous with some of these flash knuckles. That changed up almost immediately. It's good to see like some of the tricks fly out, but one of the tricks that didn't get solved as commonly or as quickly was, I feel like, the command grab. Yeah. Although actually there was a moment where Kami did sneak one in.
He did jump out
yeah,
of one.
My mistake. But there was so much
good
control.
ratio still of command grabs connected.
From the side of Flux Waves, that confirms everything.
This situation right
Boom.
here. Bam, yeah, man.
Good going, replay operator. I see.
Here it is. That moment. And that, by the way, barely killed. Like, that killed by pixels.
If he survived, I would have lost it. I wouldn't even know. I would be holding my breath the whole time. But take a look at that. Losers round 2. Paladin versus Punk. Knuckle versus Flux Wave Z. Pretty good. And I would love to see these cats continue as much as, we all would. But this is Elimination City, man. And Losers round 2, it's do or die. Really excited to see it. I would love to possibly see these cats in a future SFL season as we get ready for our next break. Hey, if you guys have been tuning in these last couple of months, Street Fighter League US as well as Japan has finally concluded. However, with the grand finals, that was actually the pay-per-view event. We still have the JP official restream, that viewing for free over on the Capcom Fighters channel. I think that's going to be next Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. But in case you want to see even more action during regulation season, actually towards the playoffs and grand finals, Street Fighter League EU will be showcasing themselves on Friday and getting pretty dang close to seeing who will be sent out to Capcom Cup to face off against the other champions. No spoilers, obviously. If you guys follow Japanese players, you might be seeing a ton of retweets and a bunch of tweets in general about it. But be sure to show some love and support for the rest of the guys over at the EU side. I know Logan Sama's doing a fantastic job alongside Jammers and F-Word every single time.
Of course, that's going to lead up, as you mentioned, to playing at Capcom Cup, where we will decide the final world champions of Street Fighter League. Let's talk as well about the Storm collectibles that we have for, man, some really, really nice looking Street Fighter characters. I am in love with the top right one, the Ken, Violent Ken. Pretty rad looking. Not a common one that you see, but there he is. I also really like that they picked outfits from like a host of different games. You know, we have a lot of characters who appear in lots of different games here, and they could have picked any number of them. I really like their choices. For example, like I love the Zangief one, but they also have like Chun from both ST and also SF5, and they got, you know, same for Ken. Like there's a lot of different looks that they give you here among these figures. I really like how they look.
No doubt. Like the one that stood out to me was I didn't notice like right below it. That's like the original like Evil Ryu, and then you see like immediately afterwards Evil Ryu from 4 with like the big old hole in his chest.
Right, yeah.
That's actually pretty neat.
Oh, that's cool. I really like that. Check them out at stormcode.com.hk. All right, well, 2 players are down, 2 players are out. We still have more to decide. Coming up next, we're going to have Punk playing versus Paladin. We'll have NuckleDu versus Flux Waves. Stick around for that.
You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh yeah. The avocados are hand mashed, the chips are hand tossed, and everything is made fresh.
You make it fresh every day.
Yes, every day. The Chipotle way is we make it fresh every day.
Sounds delicious.
Let's get it! Yeah! Beastful, baby! Sure thing! Let's dance! Hey, where's my bed?
Washino, as I command the stage. Undo twice. Make way for the ninja star! From the Bushinu! I live for battle! A second helping of you! The time for battle is here! To duke it out with me?
Shall we begin then? Do you need to take a rest?
Do enjoy this.
I'm game if you are. You'll see.
Yeah! We gonna crank it up! Let's get it on! Alright!
Another mission awaits. Do you plan to fight at all?
Quiet! Alright, I'm ready! Your footwork's sloppy. This of mine? Behold this body of work! You are lacking! Get ready! I'll show you strong! Allow yoga to guide you. What is it? The power of yoga.
I'll show you the power of my kung fu.
I'm ready for you. Just bring it! Think you could break my defense? Got you in my sights. Smart choice. Bring it.
ジャストパリの後は投げが届くなら投げでいいんじゃないかなって全く同じ答えでしたね。ジャストパリって取った時にコンボが安いっていう特徴があるんですよね。 補正が乗るんで安いんで、実はあんまりコンボしない方が、特に OD コンボはもう絶対ぐらいかな。
いや、俺はマジで使ったことないレベルです。
使わない方がいいんですよね。ただこのダメージの補正は乗るんだけど、OD ゲージ減少の補正は乗らないっていうのがあって、その投げは漏れなくね1本奪えるんですね。しかも実はもう1個お得な情報があるんですけど、ハードロックダウン、これ何なるかというと後ろ組取れなくなるんです。そうだから次の投げも実は強い投げなんですよ。投げ食らいますで後ろ受け身取れないからまた言ってきてこれやられるんですよ。でこういうのもあって投げはかなり丸いです。まあ、投げ簡単だしな。超簡単。何より簡単で。
Nights in the rainy days, hope I get mine, spend mine for the accolades in the empire. I need that title in my possession. Once there ain't no weapons on, it's my time to shine bright. And if you try to stop me, then you're gon' pay the price. All them late nights finally paid nights. Awake in my dreams, but you can call me the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I'm focused. You know how bad I want this. I'm giving it my all, and before this moment is golden, I control it. All eyes on me, I see I'm watching. Once I'm locked in, ain't no way that I'm stopping. Clocked in, it's on a.
I'm here with a Capcom Cup champion. I am here with the father to two beautiful daughters. Knuckle Do Dang. What's going on, Brody? But when it comes to in-game, I don't know about that, man. I don't know if there's too many players who have reached the heights that you have. Of course, you're already, a cup champion and all that. You have left for a second, you came back and immediately was still cooking. And in 6, you starting off on fire, my boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Why you starting off so good in 6, man? How you feeling with the game?
Oh, I love the game. It's easy to be good at a game that you truly love and enjoy. Yeah. And now that I have an addition of two beautiful daughters, like you said, it's just more motivations for me to do well. So like, even when I have a hard path in tournaments, I literally think about my daughters. Yeah. And like when I think about it, it helps me like.
That's actually dope as heck, though. Yeah. That's like some anime stuff or something like that. The power of family and friendship. Yeah. But no, seriously, that's cool as heck, bro. As far as the technical side of the game, I know you said you love it 6, but of course, it's like way different than 5. Yeah. I think it's like more of like a mental stack type game or whatever. But what do you personally think about 6 as far as from a gameplay standpoint? Like, how are you approaching it?
It's very fun. It's very, very fun. But this is the kind of game, like I said before, like you cannot be sleepy and perform well. In other games, you could. If you're nice with the game, you could, kind of coast by if you overslept. But in this game, bro, you didn't sleep well. That DI? Yeah, you get hit by the drive impact, you wake up real quick. So it's really resource intensive. Like you really gotta be aware of your resources, your opponents. It's crazy, but it makes it fun.
So in this game, in this new era, you have switched over to not switched over, but now you a big time content creator too, bro. You always actually posting your YouTube videos up. You stream it pretty much 24 hours a day. Yeah. But you stream all the time. How has the content side been? It seems like you've been having mad fun on Twitch.
Yeah, it's really nice because I got 2 kids. My wife works full time, so I'm a stay-at-home dad. But on top of being a stay-at-home dad, I'm trying to be a pro gamer too, and that's tough. I got 4 dogs, 2 daughters, so the stream being on 24/7, it helps me because I don't have to sit 3 hours. It's impossible to sit 3 hours uninterrupted with 2 kids. Like, it's not possible. They're gonna wake up every 2 hours. They need to be fed. So it being on 24 hours allows me to just be in and out without feeling obligated to be stationary.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and it helps me a lot. And if I'm not playing and I'm feeding my baby, which I'm always doing, and I just get to watch people play, and it helps me a lot. Yeah.
Man's like Knuckle Do Dang. Always good seeing you, Brody. Congrats on this partnership and all that. You've been killing it in 6, and we are going to get right back to you guys with some Street Fighter 6 CPT action.
Somebody's got to go back and clip that moment. That's considered dad math. He was breaking it down. Like, he's trying to be a streamer, pro gamer, and also a prolific dad all at the same time. That is truly dad math. 3 hours out of the day? Yeah, right. My kids are waking up every 2 hours. I got to figure out how that works on the clock. But great job for Knuckle Dude. Truly, it's mad impressive. He's winning in the game, and he's also winning in life. That's a combination. He's doing a pretty good job. Vicious here with Ultra David to bring it all back here for the top 8. Obviously, we got to get through our losers run. And just in case you had missed it, take a look at the bracket and what's to come right now. It's going to be Paladin versus Punk, followed by Knuckle Do and Flux Wave Z.
So it continues to be whether Punk and now Do will move through in loser's side. We do know, I guess, as a result that only one of them can make it into Grand Finals, let alone even the next round. Because Paladin, man, the way that he played, that really could have been Paladin in Winners Finals instead of Naji in Winners Finals, going right back down to the final round. In the round before the final round, right, if Paladin had done crouch medium kick, but not donkey kick, maybe he's in Winners Finals already. So it was very close.
Then you had another close one between Kami and Flux Waves. What would have happened if Kami had chosen a different route on offense, or maybe if Flux Waves didn't go for that command grab?
Right.
We could have seen another entirely different
It was very
turnout.
close. Super, super close matches, both of those. But now it will be Paladin and Punk. It's hard to say what to expect about Paladin's Ryu coming into matches. First of all, Ryu, not a very common character. And then when you see a Ryu play, since there aren't a lot of them, I feel like they have kind of invented their own play style in each case. You know what I mean? Like
I think that's very fair to
when there
assess
are
it that
characters
way.
that are not very common, if you're going to be a player who mains that character, you have to do a lot of the research yourself. And so there's just like oftentimes the case, people have their own like takes on the character, more so than if like everybody's playing your character. You get to see what all the good stuff is. You kind of like hone your style in. It's always cool to watch Ryu as a result, but also as a result, it's hard to make like a guess about how he's going to end up playing versus somebody like Punk. I do feel, as we mentioned at the end of that last set, and you brought this up as well, Paladin 16, you saw the number right there, obviously very skilled, extremely strong, but in those moments where what matters as much as anything else is whether you have the wherewithal in those moments, whether you have the nerves in those moments to continue to make the right decisions or make even difficult decisions, that's tough to do. And it's something that Punk has done time and time again.
That's something you have to hone over time through like hard-earned experience through those tournament environments over and over again. I think Naji might have had the notch on Paladin on that, over Paladin on that. But speaking of which, again, we now have the god. I feel like when it comes to tournament experience, it's Punk the god in a multitude of different situations. But right now, he's faced with the World Warrior Paladin. I like it. In this part of the gap between the two characters, the fireball is so hard to contest with any sort of reaction. And you know Punk wants that reaction to come out, but I like that option instead. Jumping with a dive. And of course,
Try to seal it.
I think that's not enough. Oh my god.
Last hit is enough.
Right through the chest. Yeah, I genuinely thought it was going to be like a pick. Simple.
Oh. Too far. She just walked out of it, actually. Punk just walked out. Good to see active play in that way. Okay, now burned out Punk.
Shogeki faking out Punk. Using his strengths to expose him, essentially, right? You're making sure that like,
oh boy,
you test that reaction. Oh, there wasn't a punish from Punk. Was that a whiff throw?
Burns himself out trying to get the chip kill. Oh, he really went in there. Double dash. And Punk did not expect it coming.
Fully loaded Punk. No, I'm sorry, 2 bars to his name. Paladin fully loaded. Interesting. We've seen so many players kind of really hesitate to get an uppercut from those angles. And it's totally appropriate with the dive kick. Man, this is huge. Gonna spend it!
Yeah, he's going to jump out to a pretty early half-life life lead. More than half-life life lead. And back to this mid-range where he has had pretty good play. Punk waiting for something. Parry was the choice. Boy, Punk's
slowing it down significantly.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
What? That just hit! Did you see that? So he crouched and the character's model, like the animation, like picked her back up. I can't imagine. Maybe it was a normal.
Like, did he want DP and he just like didn't have the full input yet?
I don't know. I'd imagine it looked like the startup of what seemed to be a down forward roundhouse.
Well, maybe DP then was the idea. Maybe he just didn't get the execution right. Wow.
So odd.
Whew. Jeez. Okay, so Paladin game 1.
Oh boy, that is a hefty punish. Gets to drive again. Number 1.
He thought. Oh, buddy.
Oh. He stuck it in.
Yeah, this is going to be a chunk here into another tough situation for Punk.
No way, David.
He doesn't kill yet. Ooh, that had been canceled. He was hoping to see anything from Punk there. Oh my god, it worked!
It clipped her dive kick. No shot. What is happening?
The dive kick hurt box was all the way down there, as we know it
Paladin
is.
saved so much money. He had so much meter, and he didn't spend any of it. Oh.
What a round to lose for Punk, considering how he started it.
Was he looking at the wrong bar the whole time? Am I tripping?
No, he had a lot of meter.
Oh. God, that's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. But the next hit, and Punk knows this, is going to be... Oh, man.
I'm so sorry. I slapped you really, really hard.
You're Steving me right now.
I'm so sorry. That was sick. That was actually sick. Crosscut DP, jab DP into the level 3. I almost ripped David's arm off. I'm so sorry.
You've been commentating too much with Tasty.
I'm going to keep my hands to
Street Fighter
myself.
League. You guys do a great job on Street Fighter League, but maybe you don't need to take all of
I'm
this,
sorry.
Alex.
It was an accident. All right. Knocking on the door. Punk, no conversion off of that room. Interesting.
2-0. Paladin up on Punk. The scuttlebutt before the weekend. Only one of Punk or Idom or Do will make Capcom Cup. Will, turns out, may not have been the right word. Paladin looking strong.
And he knows the game plan against Punk, right? He's really trying to fake him out with some of these. That's the second time he's used the fake fireball scenario against Punk.
Yeah.
That was also a big overhead to God. He studies this game a lot.
Oh, man, is he about to 3-0 Punk? Let alone taking down Punk, the 16-year-old challenger versus one of the best in the world. 3-0?
No shot. No shot. We've seen Punk from this deficit, this kind of deficit before. When the emotions are high, the tensions are high, he shines the brightest. We'll see if that Punk shows up today.
Backdash, he knew exactly what was coming up.
Ooh. That's a big punish counter. That's an even bigger counter from Paladin forward throw. This is huge. Watch out. Plus.
He gets hit again. Key defense by Punk. To stay alive effectively.
Woo!
Here we go.
Damn!
Punk's strengths are still there. The whip punishing, the reactions are still there.
But the defense, extra crazy. That was really well done. And Paladin delayed the heck out of that sequence multiple times over.
All weekend, his frame trap timings have been pretty unusual and pretty strong. A lot of even very good players have been got by them.
Yeah, that delayed fierce after the plus frame hypertrophy because it was enhanced. That's tricky, man. Knocking on the door again. Back throw. Jump, no punish. The donkey kick. That's also a very tricky special move to put to whip sometimes. Bang.
Paladin moves in. Parry. It's going to be grab. Punk is in trouble. Okay, out of the corner at least. Still has work to do. Back to the snake.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh my
God! That was
God.
a delay and a half. Is this it? Is this actually going to be enough damage? Is this going to kill? It's not. He lives.
Just barely. Punk is alive. Capcom Cup hopes are alive no longer as Paladin with a 3-0 will send Punk out of the tournament.
No way, dude. The overhead heard round the world. I'm not even on screen. I'm so sorry, producer man. But that was crazy. That was actually insane.
Punk is out.
He's gone.
Punk's out. He has one chance remaining to make Capcom Cup. That's just at the Capcom Cup LCQ, which is going to be the toughest thing. Paladin is somebody who we just spoke about. We weren't sure quite had that killer instinct yet. His match versus Naji made us think, well, you know, 16 years old, he's fantastic for that age, but maybe he still has to develop that part of his game. I'm telling you, I'm not worried about that anymore for Paladin. That was probably an error for Punk right there, right? Sometimes things don't go well for you, but
let's talk about this sequence
much more
right
than
here.
that. It was about
What
Paladin
was
having
that?
this kind of control, about Paladin having this as a response.
God.
About his offense, about his neutral.
That right there also has been so key. He was 100% on those fake outs, I think, against Punk. Man, that is rough. That is actually a rough shot. This right
Look
here,
at this.
from max distance,
He
that is so tricky.
casually walked. Wow. Paladin eliminates Punk, and now we have to see whether NuckleDu will stick around in this thing. SR NuckleDu versus Flux Waves. Fresh off of a big win and a very close win over Kami. NuckleDu down here because he got sent there by Bananakin.
You're going to have to carry the rest of this part because I'm still like dumbfounded.
I mean, for sure, dude. Like, that is, it's an incredible result.
Whew.
But the reason that I bring out the NuckleDu is down here by having lost to Bananakin is that this was the same character matchup that he just played. And that, you know, we've certainly seen Du win in. We saw him beat Bananakin in the regional final in that same character matchup. So, and I, you know, again, many times we've watched him and Flux Waves play in many of the weekly tournaments. Du doesn't always lose to JP. He plays a great Guile versus JP, one of the best in the world at that matchup. But it still is a matchup that most people think is a tough one.
Truly, yeah.
So,
I don't think there's a moment where, like, we talked about this right at the gate. There's not a real comfortable spot that NuckleDu could really play his offense. He always has to adapt with what's on the screen against JP, or also in regards to like the spacing that particular JP player is taking to. It's like, well, do I want to throw these booms? Do I want to be a little bit more aggressive with my special normals? What is going to be the play? It's always like a constant back and forth, especially between these two.
Yeah, it's just tough for Guile to play his like normal game plan.
Yeah.
He has so many tools that he still has stuff to do. It's not like he's completely out of it, but he can't play his like normal game plan of setting up boom, following boom, anti-airing. That's just like not as doable. So I feel like for Du, this is one of the tougher back-to-back matchups that he could have been given by the bracket gods.
The only two
Bananakin
JPs,
and then Flux
yeah.
Waves. The two JPs who
yeah.
are in this top 8 are his back-to-back opponents.
Ouch.
We'll see. We'll see. Bananakin and Naji hanging out in winners finals. As a reminder, not Idom and not Punk and not NuckleDu, but Bananakin and Naji. And then in losers semis, Paladin is on one side. One of these two will be on the others. It's not going to be Guile after all.
Throw everything we said out the window, essentially. It's a different matchup now. Here we go.
It's a very different matchup. It's a matchup that Cammy has more control in. We were talking about how movement is so important in the last time we saw JP up here. She's one of the best at that. Very tricky to know where she's going to go next.
Oh, that was an attempt to maybe get an air-to-air from Flux Waves.
Oh.
Tricky. And the rest of it, you already know. NuckleDu with a very confident start with this Cammy pick. I like this color too. Man, it brings it with speed. These guys are cheating.
Yeah, I do like that. Both of these are really cool outfits.
Oh, it's so tricky. Trying to counter poke somebody on the ground when they're so versatile in the air as well. Dang, she is swinging around.
Du plays her so fast.
It's a huge contrast to like how he plays Guile, I feel like. Actually, no, that's not true either. I think his offensive capabilities with Guile is equally at the same speed. Yeah. Damn, that was a counter hit. No, Flux Waves. He's trying to counter poke everything, and this is too much. He's moving at a mile a minute.
Still play a mix-up. Yeah. Flux Waves out of it again. Burned out as a result. He can't block anything. And Du made it happen right away. Confident walking forward.
Yeah, we're on the beach. We got finger gun guys. We got a finger gun. A lot of gun carry on that bad boy.
Feels like Flux Waves can't get anything going right now.
Still had time to anti-air with the uppercut? No shot. Pretty good.
Just, even finding a button to press is difficult. Okay, a couple of adding up here and there.
Oh,
Du relentless.
That was a missed opportunity for a dive kick, right? That was an error. But still maintaining the anti-air. Man, Flux Waves is taking to this guy's a lot.
He's uncomfortable on the ground. And as JP, that's where you want your comfort. You want to have control there.
And it's Pierce first. Oh, that was a great spot to throw that lead.
That's what he was looking for before. Gonna hope he goes it out.
Can you get close enough for the cane swing? 2 times over. Double departure. Oh, but you're burnt out. You are going to be stuck in this sequence even after the knockdown with 0 bars to your name. Yep. Here comes. Oh, wait, counter it.
It wasn't enough. There it is, though.
I think that would have been like drive rush forward, fierce, level 1.
Just chip out at that point.
Yeah, he would have been done so. Great sequencing from NuckleDu.
say you're a mess?
Either that or menace.
Yeah, I could tell either.
We see what's on Fluxwave's mind, right? Trying to counterpoke Tails, punish the dive kicks with some of these fierces. Yeah, we saw that level 3. Pretty significant, especially in the corner. Can we force the burnout is the question. Will NuckleDu succeed in it? Damn, that... The roundhouse is so much. Yeah, more than enough to tank again. NuckleDu 4 rounds straight, if I'm not mistaken. Don't tell me we're going to get 2-3-0 in, like, what, round 2 of losers.
Maybe, the way this is going. Fluxwaves maybe trying to take some time. The switch, you could tell, is hugely important. From Guile to Cammy.
Oh, it's a vast
huge difference.
So much more comfort. His offense is looking so hard to stop. So many different looks. And you see, like, I think this is the first time we've really seen Fluxwaves out of his element. I think this is the first time we've really seen him, like, away from his game plan, which is fair. I mean, that's just what happens when you play against someone as fast as Cammy. You have to adapt sometimes to their will, to their speed. But him taking to the skies a lot that previous game was very interesting. He was so hyper-focused on, like, the air approach and, like, the dive kicks.
How do you get out of situations if you can't easily press buttons on the ground? How do you control where she's going to be if you can't easily set stuff up?
Yeah.
That's the conundrum he finds right now. Right, he tried to answer here. You can see the beginning of Crouching Fierce, but it just wasn't in time.
Oh, it's so tough. NuckleDu sitting on a purpose. Yeah. I thought he was going to have to spin it alone. Yeah, the uppercut afterwards. Perfect. Looking at match point, NuckleDu. I like that. Stopping on the hooligan before the slicer comes out.
Dude, that was the first time I've seen JP snap his fingers, I feel like, in a game and a half. He just has had so rare chances to actually set up the window.
It's the most projectiles we've seen this far. Side switch off the hooligan.
Oh boy. Everything's going right for Duke. And at this point, all he needs is one good hit.
Speaking of good hits, that was a great way to catch the landing frame. What a tricky
He did show level 3 boy, he was a pixel away. And he may be in trouble because of it. That CA on the other side, that is gonna do it. NuckleDu will 3-0. You're right. 3-0 and 3-0 in this round of losers as NuckleDu does move on over Fluxwaves.
Can you imagine? We dropped down to one major league player, essentially.
Yeah.
Slowly progressing through the loser side.
Yep.
I mean, slowly I say that, but with 3-0 in the speed
okay,
of
fair enough.
Cammy,
Yeah. Maybe not so slowly in that particular matchup.
Totally different experience. But yeah, speaking of, NuckleDu switching off to Cammy, paying off dividends. And you can see it here too. Like, we've seen Fluxwaves really trying to adapt to what NuckleDu was presenting on the ground game. It was way too fast, but more importantly, I feel like the light barrages, tough to contest, even if you do have the OD amnesia. If she starts things off with like something meaty enough, or even like something with a light, you're still in fear of a strike throw mix.
Yeah, OD amnesia is certainly one of the best moves in the game. But another way to think of it is as a Dragon Punch that doesn't do damage unless you get another mix-up correctly.
Yeah.
And that's in that one of those clips right there showed a perfect example of how to still deal with it. I mean, he has other options too. You know, it's not a one-player thing at all. He's definitely both contending in there. But NuckleDu came out on top pretty consistently, and as a result, he is in the top 4, where it will be Bananacan versus Naji in winners finals, and in loser semifinals, Paladin versus NuckleDu. Paladin, who sent Idom to losers. Paladin, who eliminated Punk.
Oh, that's right. He did send him to losers.
Paladin,
right,
who has a chance
My mistake.
to take out all 3 of the players that were the most talked about coming into this weekend. Paladin, 16-year-old Ryu player, has a chance to do it all.
He said it. He's like, Ryu stonks will rise after this CPT. He had declared it 3 hours ago, maybe like 4 hours ago now on his Twitter, but he's making it true. He really is. But at the speed of everything and what it's, how it's going right now, maybe we'll find some extra time to grab some Chipotle after this. But before we get into that break, we obviously have to thank Chipotle for being such a huge part of our journey here in the CPT, as well as Evo from the previous year, and also blessing us with the amazing burrito backpacks and that costume. I think it's just like what, a very enlarged backpack is what it is. But it's amazing either way. And so is the carne asada. It's back for a limited time only. You can see it right here. Man, it makes my mouth water. I legit went yesterday after talking about it so many times over. Once you get a taste of that queso, I'm like, yo, I gotta go, man. I'm sorry, I gotta really get to it. But anyways, take this time to refresh yourselves, get some snacks, maybe get a Chipotle order on the way through. When we come back, we have our final four in this big dance here for the CPT NA East. We'll see you soon.
Chipotle's carne asada is back. It's our most tender cuts of steak, grilled and seasoned with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
Let's get this mission started.
Is your Capcom He is your 2018 champion.
We got more Street Fighter League. I know you can smell the tension in the air.
We back in the field, back. We ready, it's time.
Ooh, punish counter.
Out of the huddle, you know that I cry. A dangerous smile, a weapon of choice from pushing the line.
Season after season, it's only gotten better.
Big Bird in trouble.
My game is number one. Bet it all, give me my cash. Supreme game, can't stop it. Take off like a rocket. Break it back, don't bend mine. I'm the one now, you can't hide.
What an upset. What an upset.
Fight with all your heart.
This is our moment.
Nobody saw this happening. I dare you to find me better Street Fighter.
It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise.
It's unprecedented and unpredictable. It only gets better.
Or nothing! Straight to the
This is a different Chris CCH. I don't know who this young man is.
Time to
we ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. No other way. Play to win the way that we play.
My man looks so happy.
Making a way, it's time to reign.
Bird's momentum, his speed in general, so hard to keep up.
Into the bottom, ain't nothing to fear. We running the game.
Meta RD taking it down defensively against the biggest sprint that we've seen thus far.
This is the hardest season of Street Fighter League ever.
History in the making. This is our moment. This is our time.
This kid is ridiculous. This kid is ridiculous.
This is our moment. This is our time.
He gives a kiss to the audience. I love that.
Who is this thing? Full fight. Execute. Audience. Have your day now.
This is our time.
You are your Street Fighter League US champions.
I'm a legend in the making, and this is mine for the taking.
Cause I got what it takes to be on top. I'm number one cause I don't stop.
Hard gas, no brakes, high stakes. I don't act tough till the tussle let 'em fold ya. Non-stop, you ready or not? When it's all said and done, I'ma be on the top. 3, 2, 1. I'm ahead of the game. They'll remember my name.
Originally from Puerto Rico and now hailing from the East Coast here in the United States, we have somebody who is a multiple fighting game champion, none other than Team Red Roosters from Street Fighter League, Banana Ken. What's up with you, bro?
Yeah, not much. Just just keeping the grind going.
Okay, and I actually want to ask you a question that's like, and I just want like a factual answer, so you don't got to feel like you being cocky or nothing like that. I just want to know. Right now we look at Punk, Adam, and Knuckle Dew as like the big three in this event, right? But so I'm asking, as far as results throughout Street Fighter 6, do you have better results than Adam when you guys enter tournaments normally? And that's not cocky or nothing like that, just the factual.
You're putting him on the spot here.
See it, Rob is instigating. I see
I'm not trying to. I really wonder.
Yeah, so I think the results indicate that I am generally placing better. I mean, I don't enter as many tournaments as these guys do. Like, just, like, to be fair, it's like sample size is not as big, but generally I am placing higher.
How do you Punk and Knuckle Dew tend to match up? I thought I heard you do that. I feel like you've done decent with Dew, but I could be wrong.
Knuckle Dew beat me at World Warrior, and I don't know. I want to say that right now in tournament he has a positive record against me, and then Punk, we rarely play for some reason. Like, we just never really run into each other. But yeah, like, I feel like more recently, I would say, like, I'm curious to see how it would go.
Yes, we're all curious. That's why we have you on, because the names that people know for Street Fighter in this bracket that are the Knuckle Dew, the Punk, and the Idom, because they are champions over a game. But you've been champion of fighting games for many years now, over a decade in other franchises, and you're bringing your talents back to Street Fighter and Street Fighter 6. And you're one of the few players in this bracket who have any wins over these players. So how do you feel about your gameplay leading up to this tournament? Because you're a player who definitely, while you don't enter as many tournaments, you grind when necessary. You've been at the top of the MR leaderboard a number of times, just for the hell of it. Why not be number 1 ranked in the world online? So what is your game plan to prepare for this tournament coming up and to make sure you're in the best position possible to win?
Like, I'm trying to find more Guile players, more Cammy players. Like, no surprise there.
Prepping, okay.
I think I've been improving overall how I play longer sets. Like, I play a little more defensive, like, use JP's like zoning aspects more to my advantage. The way I play is more like rush downy, like more risk taking. And I think if you watch me play more recently, like, I think I am a lot more composed.
For everybody watching at home, man, I know you guys are looking at Adam, Punk, and Knuckle Dew, and with good reason, but I assure you that it is not going to be a surprise or a shock if the person that punches their ticket in the Capcom Cup is this man that we have right here, Banana Ken.
Well, past Rob TV, you may be right, because we do know that it's not going to be Idom and it's not going to be Punk. And Banana Ken has, along with Naji, the best chance, the best positioning at least, to get that first place. They are both in winners finals, which is where we're going to be headed next. Ultra David here, back with Vicious.
In case you had missed it, hopefully we could flip it over to the bracket right now. Got it. Nice work. Hey, so you can see Banana Ken and Naji, as we had talked about earlier, but let's take a look at the losers side and who's waiting. Paladin and Knuckle Dew. Man, that was a slaughterhouse. Look at the results in losers round 2, right? 3-0 Paladin over Punk. 3-0 Knuckle Dew over Flux Wave Z. That is a unprecedented, unpredictable result, I feel like, between those two groups.
I think that's fair to say. Unpredictable. Yeah, I think in the previous times, I think not many of us would have said that was going to happen, but there it is. Paladin 3-0 over Punk. Now, Paladin versus Knuckle Dew. It's, of course, I imagine, going to be Ryu versus Paladin yet again. Knuckle Dew just dominated Flux Waves with Cammy. Usually he's Guile. Of course, he has kept those two characters around. I gotta think it's Guile. Did he go back
I would
to
have
there?
to imagine with if
He
if
just
he's-
saw Punk lose.
He's paying
3-0
attention.
as Cammy,
He's
so-
definitely got the stream up and he's watching
Of
other
course.
people stream their run. There's no way it's like, do I want to contest that with Cammy? Like he's just on a hot streak right now against that character. I'd much rather fight him off with like my main character. I think that's
that's
gonna
right.
be the choice. But we still have to see Najee versus Banana Kim. This is gonna be pretty exciting. Now I don't really get to see these two face off each other like on streams. Like sure they've encountered each other maybe like off stream to get into like a top 16 position per se, but both of these guys have truly earned their spot into winners finals, man. These guys are playing out of their minds, and it's now they finally get to clash here in a winners finals spot where the winner gets a very, very high possibility to move on into the Capcom Cup with that winner's side. But we'll see. Banana Ken and Najee, I'm excited for it. JP versus Jury. Now, talking about the matchup itself, I feel like Jury, we also don't really get to talk about her as often. I feel like she has such a strong kit all around her, I feel like. And that drive rush could be a very pivotal tool to move her across the screen, the screen to prevent some of the patterns that Banana Ken might want to go for projectiles.
Right, exactly. Yeah, she has one of the best just drive rushes, straight up moving forward drive rush.
The longest
one of the
drive rush.
fastest, longest, yeah, there you go, in the game. And so that does make it tougher to know where she's going to be at any one moment. She can just move quickly. She's got dive kick as well from the air at farther ranges than the other dive kick characters. So it is a little tougher to know where she's going to be, but I trust Bananakin to have that info. It's winners finals here at US Canada East.
Whether or not that's going to be a factor, well, we can find out. Counter hit is there as well. Yeah, the standing jab. Important to get this started early. Damn!
Yeah, that dash of hers, man. She moves.
And she kicks. That was so far. That standing fierce. A huge butt.
Bounce it. Yes.
Damn!
Dude, that's
off
so
the backboard?
What a cool
This
parry.
guy's
Come
sick.
on. Ah. That was just before the portal spike came out, by the way. It was like perfect timing on Nachi's side. Into the bad situation. The hit comes!
Hey, that's not too bad, though.
And now Bananakin's in trouble. Doesn't really have any resources for defense. He tried to call out the wrong spot. That's exactly as we discussed. Her forward movement is just so far and so fast. And he couldn't get the right spot on spike.
Now starting things off aggressively is Banana Kid. What a pickup! That was forever ago. That man had that calculated, what, 3, 4 seconds? It's crazy.
You know, I've always said zoners have to be thinking ahead, right? The smartest people play zoners and grapplers. You know? You know?
Now you're
not
just,
biased or anything. I just think that the people who do it are the geniuses.
You're being a real weirdo. Now you're just making stuff up.
Well,
Come on,
yeah.
man.
But you're right. He did have to think ahead, and he's got to think ahead now. But so does Naji. Naji's got to expect what's going to be coming out next.
Truly, yeah. With the departure setup so far, that being in the middle of the screen, being above, it's hard to differentiate like when you could actually hit the gas. When you have to just beat the caution.
Forward movement, some pressure from Bananakin. Okay, and again, just before they come out.
And I love the moment where Bananakin decides to drive up himself into the big touch medium punch. Now the defense not there again. Everybody's going to get got. Excellent block on the reset.
Defense was there after all. But maybe not enough.
You are
Come
a tricky man. That is so sneaky. You get the air reset cancel in what could be a needy ghost, but it's the fate instead.
That's so good.
It's so hard to prepare for.
Oh, yeah. Naji just trying to walk it out, trying to find a spot on the ground where he can move in front. Anakin gets back to his mid-range. Ooh, that was a thick ghost.
Excuse me?
A thick ghost.
Got it. That was so tricky too. Just enough block for him to get the frame trap. Sorry.
Right back to control yet again for Bananakin. You know, Naji has navigated the timing of those very well so far. That time was not quite the moment for it.
Block again. Anyways, the low forward, excuse me, level 1 coming in.
And he was spending drive gauge and burning himself out. He just guns that. Was hoping to burn out. Not
What
quite.
was that?
And it's punish counter, so it's the kill.
He committed to the fireball, thinking Bananakin was going to stay still. But no, he's been a very slippery banana, that is for sure. He's not one to shy away from using movement as an option on defense.
Dude knew exactly where that fireball was going to dissipate. Back again, stage control, pace control, to him setting the tone. If he wants to go in on offense, he can do that. If he wants to stay away, he can do that.
I keep forgetting he has such a consistent partner for like Jerry practice through Ajax Fidelity. He's understanding the real intricacies of this character in terms of his space, in terms of where he can engage with his normals as well. But it's level 2 now. He wants the defense line. He burns himself out in an attempt to maybe prepare something.
Just a bad position to be in, you know? Sometimes you got to make bad guesses. And unfortunately for Naji, it didn't work out. He's in trouble. Out of the corner, at least. Oh, here we go.
Dang, back-to-back throws. That's huge. Oh, but nothing of it.
Okay, okay. So now that there's a burned out banana can, let's see what Naji can get. Yep.
That's huge. Oh, but another drop from Naji. Uppercut, and he spends the OD to ensure the damage. That was actually very well calculated from Naji on the walk up. Again, how, dude, he's hit almost every one of those.
It's like max range Kane. And the Kane hurt box is pretty tough to contend with.
Ooh! Putting the needle on that jump. Past the fireballs. Past the window, past the shadow, excuse me. Forward throw. There we go, the crosscut again. He's taking note of how often Banana Ken has chosen movement on defense in the corner. He's hounding him down.
Okay, now just trying to get away. The jump timing was not quite right, but that's not too bad.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine if you're Naji. Not a lot of damage for your life, not a lot of damage for your drive gauge.
Neutralized, but what a jump by Naji. In that round and a half right there, like that was him really turning on the juice and snowballing all the way down. Very different looking than in the first game and a half.
Ah, he mistimed it a little bit. You see him trying to jump to avoid that shadow activation. Ooh! And he still gets the pickup! And it was a punish kind of, that was beautiful.
He looks a lot more confident with his movement. Yes. Pretty far away to move, too. His anti-airs, as always, looking good.
I just like the control that he has. When he knows he's not a turn anymore, he backs away at the perfect pocket, and perfect position in that pocket to get the anti-airs. And speaking of, that walk back was everything to get that whiff punish. Again, and that's fine. Hey, that's totally fine. Banana Ken's still stuck in the corner. Are we going to see the teleport? No, sir, no chance. Oh, there it is! And Naji was ready for it anyway! Aye. And the drive it back punish counter. Hella damage incoming no matter what. Naji greening it up. So much control against Banana Ken. Damn! This character's good.
Oh, yeah. Yes! Neutralizing the fireballs. Naji's still right there. Ooh, Banana Ken tried to move! There's a little bit of a chance left. Naji harassing. Got him.
Oh, that's so awful.
Banana Ken will burn out. Naji here.
Damn, he still gets the pickup.
Ooh.
Oh! Another block on the overhead mix. Naji's 2 for 2 on block.
Ooh, that's a lot of chip adding up. Defense is still there, though, for Naji.
Oh, but he couldn't react. That's actually the hardest thing to react to, I feel.
Oh, wait. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
All right. Well fought back.
This is one of those moments if Naji can land a sturdy hit. Will you see a level 3 or will you see level 2 for the control, right? You get a corner carry, you get access to that corner positioning. Right there. Banana Ken not going to fall susceptible to that dive kick tactic too often. Ooh, stop.
Oh, wow. Banana Ken fighting out. Teleporting out. What a back and forth match. We have the juggle combo. That was so cool. And that's enough. That pickup was ridiculous.
I was actually taken aback. I'm like, there's no way.
Come on, that
there's
was so
no
cool.
way, dude. I got hit by that. I got hit by that last night, so I'm a little indifferent towards the feelings on that. Dang, that's a lot of damage. David, that's a lot of damage.
It sure was.
That's a lot of damage. Damn it, burnout already? What, it was 89 seconds on the clock.
All right, there's always a really good amnesia defense from Banana Ken when he is burned out still, so we'll see what Naji can get.
Speaking of,
yeah, he's always good with Oh, nice.
That was a punish counter? Oh, but he didn't. It was tight. Get off me. Dash up. Just going to listen to corner below 4. Can get a little bit bigger, but it's fine. He'll take that knockdown. Tricky. So tricky.
Back to where Bananakin wants to be. Woo
No
boy.
way.
However, burned out is Bananakin. He make up for level 2. Yes, that's what comes out. That was super tricky. The no mix-up, just the classic series. And it's match point for Bananakin.
He walked up. He just took a stroll in the park to wait for you
just
to
walking
miss.
at you. Chest out.
Someone press T for the thumbs up. See that?
How does Naji navigate? That's the question. Right now, Bananakin has big control of the minefield, doing its job.
Again, departure right in the middle too, expecting RG to dash right up in there, which happens a lot, you know. It's very common occurrence for people to just kind of wake up with the dash with the departure. Level 2. Yeah, but it only leaves you plus. It's not a punish, and Naji knew it. Of course he knew it.
Like throw or not situation. Well, Naji's here.
Oh, that was the great throw.
Got him.
That's enough.
Got him.
It is
yes.
hella enough. Damn, and he had extra in the tank for that. Final. Excuse me. No, there's still match point for Bananakin. Naji. Huge.
Naji baiting it out well. He's got the corner for himself. He meets Bananakin in the sky yet again, and really mounting up the damage.
What a cool character.
Yeah.
Oh.
No cancels on music. Maybe it would have been for the kill itself.
Oh, I don't know about that decision for the OD fireball. What was that?
Oh, that was for damage too. It's burnout for Bananakin. He's going to try to make it happen up close with strike throw.
That was a delay.
She moved big time.
Not jumping again, Naji. How are you reacting to these players? That was sick. That is so crucial for you to make that read. I really genuinely cannot tell you if it was a read or reaction. Mix of both, perhaps. Again, just stuffing out these fireballs against Bananakin. Naji is so on point with these reads.
It's been a real back and forth set. Right now, it's absolutely Naji the one in control. He backs off, but
beautiful counter with the air grab against the ODM Niji. That was sick.
Naji safe from burnout now. Bananakin is hesitant to put out anything too big, anything that would risk getting jumped in on or drive rushed in on. He's hanging out, hoping to get his bar back. Ooh. Jumps up. The rare no DP. Almost always Naji has that. Bananakin waited.
Oh, he overextended with that dive kick, and also at one
juggle.
block.
Not quite.
Imagine if it did.
The juggle chance yet again. Will he bring out the level 2? It's going to come out.
Beautiful defense.
Yeah, Naji was strong on that.
What is enough damage? Naji now look at that match point himself. He's got 2 bars to his name, David. If he gets a single hit to get to that funk play engine, it's a disaster for Bananakin now getting the setup of that hit. And you're right, yeah, this W leads in the grand finals.
Suddenly a lot more forward movement by Bananakin rather than him being the one just zoning. He's moving in a lot. He tried it to get the round, and Naji happened to do DP at the exact moment, the exact right spot.
Damn, he's everywhere.
Mixing it up well.
No,
the reaction!
You don't have enough life!
Is what killed him, in fact. And now it's match point for both to get into grand finals. Bananakin, as he did last round, starts it out well. More offense. It's not just about zoning for him. He wants to be active. Naji gets the knockdown. Here's the corner. Yes. All right. Bananakin knew it.
Oh, what a punish counter. You rarely get to see that with punish.
Again, moving in. That is where he has had success in this game. Big hit.
Oh, the overhead actually connects. It's more than enough, and it is with a pickup. Bananakin sending Naji into losers with the overhead that Naji has been blocking so successfully off of that string. I actually can't believe The irony of it, killing Naji in the end.
So do you think those are like the Banana's arms, or is that like his suit lapels? We'll ask him later.
I feel like it's just him tucked in, you know? It could be.
It was pretty remarkable that he did go back to that overhead because you said Naji had blocked it twice. So rather than mixing it up in the way that was like, he wouldn't do it for a third time, right? No, he did.
Classic.
Yeah, he's the classic. Shoutouts to Bananakin. And I really liked how he mixed up his styles too. There were certainly rounds where he had really good stage control. And there were rounds when he felt like, well, you know, that's not working anymore. Naji has great movement and is getting past, jumping in over fireballs and the like. And so he turned it on for his own offense and made that work instead.
Man, the
That's
Scanners,
just too
you were
cool,
going
dude.
nuts
Come
over
on.
that pickup.
That
I
was so
was
cool.
just like pretty much speechless at that point. But
Yeah, that was a
again,
big moment right
so
there
many
because that
big moments.
that had a big impact on how Bananakin ended up playing.
When you're so reluctant to even try to throw a fireball, that was actually Bananakin just being
Yeah,
really,
right
really smart
there.
to test the opponent's reactions as well and take advantage of that. And then towards the end, you saw that final moment, the target combo into the overhead or not. I still can't believe it went down that way. Naji now sent to losers Bananakin in a very, very big opportunity to get to Capcom Cup with this seed and winner's side of Grand Finals. But it sets us up nicely for Paladin and Knuckle Dew.
That's where we're going next.
Insane. Oh, man, this is going to be insane. Is
Paladin.
it going to be the Guile? It has to be the Guile versus Ryu, right?
You got to think it's the Guile versus Ryu. I think that's what we're going to end up seeing here. Knuckle Dew was once upon a time that teenage wonderkin. I remember that. He's a very strong player back in Street Fighter 4 days when he was a teenager himself. He started traveling when he was like 14. Young guy to be doing it. So he has been around for a long time. Is only still 27, right? I mean, I've known this dude for a dozen years at a high level of play for him. And that means that he was younger than Paladin is now and was doing big stuff already. So Paladin at 16, yes, is very young, but there is certainly precedent for players of that age having a lot of success. And this weekend, as we have been mentioning, he's the one who sent Idom down to losers. He's then the one who eliminated Punk. By the way, that was 2-0 over Idom. It was 3-0 over Punk.
Over Punk. Insane, man.
Okay.
Being able to say you were top 4 in such a heavily stacked bracket, and I think one of the strongest regions in the world at the age of 16 is a phenomenal breakthrough performance for your career. And it's going to be so. It's not even over yet, by the way. We're not even close to done.
No.
We still have that matchup in hand, and that's the craziest
That's
thing
where we're
about
going
it.
next. Does he beat Idom and Punk and Knuckle Dew? The
trifecta.
three players we were all talking about. We all know the region's strong and that many players could have taken it. But if you were a betting person, you would have put your money on one of those three. And two of them are out. Both because of, well, in part because of Paladin anyway. And now he's got a chance to send Knuckle Dew out as well. You're
Your
pointing
boy.
to Ryu on your chest.
Can't help it. Can't help it.
Yeah. He's played a really sick Ryu. Very interesting ideas about how to approach the neutral, the pressure. Again, because Ryu's not a very common character, when you do see him at a high level, you tend to see people coming up with their own stuff. If you look at Ending Walker, he plays a little bit differently, right? There's just not a lot of examples even of people to name. A couple more than that, but not a lot. And again, as a result, it's hard to prepare for that.
It truly is. You don't have like the sample size, and even when you have like, even if you had someone like an Ending Walker, even cats like Problem X has a lot of problems still trying to face down against Ending Walker, right? That was I think that was like the grand finals for their spot, right? It was Problem X and Ending Walker. But taking a look at that as well, you know, Punk actually gave the flowers over to Paladin. He's like, you know, I can't even hate on this L. Like I can't even really be salty because he played phenomenal.
No doubt. Well, we'll see if it keeps up or if Dew's going to be the one to move on instead. This is top 4 trying to get into losers finals against Naji.
God, everyone in the background goes nuts. Colonel Giles, that's you? Oh god. The Sonic Booms again? Man the station. There it is. Oh god, earthquakes.
So you can just like move your hands fast enough to make a sonic boom? Like, you know, that's...
You mean to tell us you could do that the whole
just
time?
do that?
Just chops a plane in half.
Out of the corner. Paladin now with his first chance with offense, and it's immediately denied, and denied again by Knuckle Dew.
It's a whole different story, a whole different set of pacing. Different timings of everything going on right now. Knuckle Dew has not really given Paladin a chance to really breathe. Just like that, yeah, we've seen the Soulbots and utilization of those special normals, and you can't even jump in on them. Sonic Boom, Barrage coming in, you already know. Oh,
Right, that is burnout.
That's
very difficult to play against Guile when you are burned out. You gotta make risks happen. Yeah. Well, I guess that's probably just that was it. What are you gonna do? Super, meaty super. Not a good spot to be in for Paladin, but that was a great round by NuckleDu. And this range right here, where we saw Paladin have a lot of success versus Cammy, this is like Guile's range. This is wheelhouse. This is where this man lives. Hard to contend against him there.
Damn, just in time for the punish counter. That was against an OD Sonic Boom, by the way. That was very excellent read. The damage as well. Top 2 in pursuit.
Yeah, super far. Hey! Oh, into level 3 right away!
What a confirm. Oh, that was a punish counter. Excuse me.
It's gonna be good.
Dang. You set up a blade? No, you set up a drive push instead. Move on in. There it is. There's the blade. Walk on in. Oh my god! How of all... Of all things you could have been ready for.
Right.
Neutral jump.
I feel like NuckleDu so often is looking for neutral jump.
Oh no! Fireball
Just a
moving
little
forward.
bit.
I get that.
Yeah,
Overlapping
yeah.
inputs. Happens to the best.
Luckily for Paladin, NuckleDu did not expect that and wasn't ready for a big time. Back to this mid-range control, slowly stepping backwards as NuckleDu. Long way to the wall. He can harass with booms on the way.
Man, that was the tail end of that drive. Did you see that medium kick come out so slow? Oof. Nice punish.
Right back to where he wants to be. Yes, he's gonna look to kill. Oh, I always love seeing it, man. What a cool link that is.
When you hear perfect, you know that boot is coming in. Size 13s. Fallacy yipes.
Pretty strong game one from NuckleDu.
It's such a snappy combo. It's very difficult to execute the game towards the end. It's so satisfying to hear that. Number one. Not accurate it sounds, you know, not a sound effect. Interesting, that wasn't a...
No, not a punish,
shot.
yeah.
No.
Paladin intentionally not blocking in the situations to not get burned out. Mission accomplished. He'd love to get the buff up, denied.
Back to back, drive rush throw.
And there's that range yet again. The dude has control. He can harass, yep.
And it's the roundhouse coming in. And you saw Paladin attempt to go for the standing heavy punch again. Some of the normal tactics that we've seen from him from the past performances had not really paid off against NuckleDu. There's just so much activity within that little bit of gap. It's like medium size, but Guile, he excels in that department. He has special normals that cover it pretty well, and we've seen a lot of counter hits clip against Paladin. Speaking of counter hits, that was cool, that's fine.
Okay. Pretty sick, yeah. Right, but that does mean that dude's out of the corner. And he's pretty far down in life, but there's no need to panic on that front yet. Plenty of time. Oh. Just slowly pushing dude back.
It's so hard to nullify the fireballs in this war. It's so hard to tell when NuckleDu's going to spin that far. He's setting up after for a second break, so far away, to cross,
So burned out dude. Just putting up a wall of booms. Is that in range? It wasn't, but that actually wasn't in a level 3. Saves it again. Oh, a huge jump. Is that for the kill? That's serious.
Oh, 100%.
That's
that was 100%, right?
Step on him into the kill.
That's crazy. He's charging down on your chest. You think about that? Like, he takes a step forward, and he's like, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, bam, is out of there.
So 2-0. I mean, it's a better round for Paladin than we had seen in the game 1, but still, 2-0, pretty strong situation for NuckleDu.
No doubt. You think it's because of like the activity in that mid-range?
Yeah, I think that's just a tough range for, I mean, a tough range for a lot of characters to play against Guile. If that's the range that your character likes to play, Guile just kind of does that better than most other characters at that range. If you can get over it, maybe a different story, right? If you can get through it, different story. But Ryu has to make like a read on a jump. It's not like he has dive kick. It's not like he has like, you know, spinning back twist or whatever to get right through.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what I think that's going to be the biggest issue right now. Paladin is still looking to find out what to do against Knuckle Dude. There's just so much veteran experience. It doesn't even matter if it's against Ryu or with anybody. This is a plan that he just adapted on the fly. Look at it, he's got so much activity. Now we get that opener, the big opener we were looking for. Paladin's offense has been so amazing so far.
Paladin does not want to overcommit in these situations. Oh, and do recognize that. There was a little bit of timidity there. Oh! Into the kill? Indeed. It's match point Knuckle Dude.
You wouldn't do it a third time, would you? Exactly what it was. Drive, rush, throw. Drive, rush, throw. Gosh, so much patience. Knuckle Dude is, man, he's really puppeteering like the movement on Ryu, I feel like. He's just been so in control. And this is going to lead to a gang of damage. Maybe like a setup for level 2, perhaps. No, he's going to spend it on level 3, and I appreciate that.
Sure, just put yourself in a situation where you only need to get a couple of sort of errant hits. Yeah, even that single Sonic Boom connecting is big. Yeah, even that right now, it's going to be enough on perfect for Knuckle Dude to eliminate Paladin. Knuckle Dude moves on 3-0 to play against Naji in the losers finals. It's quite a weekend for Paladin. Again, sending down Idom to losers, eliminating Punk, almost making it into winners finals himself in a 2-3 loss versus Naji. But there it is, finally comes to an end thanks to Knuckle Dude and his incredible control with Guile.
What a wild time. 3 back-to-back 3-0s from losers round 2 into losers round 3. Man, now we're all the way into losers finals between Naji and Knuckle Dude. But there's something that really needs to be dissected here. This has to be like thoroughly dissected. Whoever's going to be restreaming this event afterwards, like during the week, I need to hear the best analysis of like what went down between these two characters, because this was a rough shot for Paladin. Knuckle Dude was just complete control.
Yeah.
Really solid performance from Knuckle Dude.
His timings are great. He puts up buttons at the right spot at the right time. That's what you always got to do, but I feel like his Guile is particularly good at that. And again, if your character wants to play in that like 1/4 to 1/3 screen in front of you, it's pretty tough to do that against Guile.
Even with that slight miscalculation, man, it's so tough to have a right read on Knuckle Dude. Like, even if you get your offense in, once you bypass that meticulous strategy that of booms of normals that Knuckle Dude has put up, it's like, what do you do on offense afterwards? Imagine it's like, I finally got in.
Right.
Then you try to guess, boom, OD flash kick. It's like, oh god, come on, man. That is kind of rough. But I gotta say, man, Paladin, you are a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
I would love to see you try out for the LCQ if that's ever possible, or just even continue on with your content creation and just studying the game, because
There's a high future there.
This
high
was
ceiling.
so influential. I legit want to play Ryu, but other than that, like other people seeing you, you don't even realize the impact you have on so many other players and people right now. That was a phenomenal performance.
Hats off. In 4th place is where he ends up. So, pretty nice work, but we only have 3 remaining. Grand Finals, Banana Ken, Losers Finals, Naji, and Knuckle Dude. Introducing Buckler's Boot Camp, a free game-linked, mobile-friendly website packed with features supporting your enjoyment of Street Fighter 6. Check out that dude sweating. Look at that. Man.
A little sweaty.
Want to break a sweat with us? Is that breaking a sweat? That is letting loose a sweat. The whole dam broke on that guy. Look at the sweat. Jeez.
Damn.
He's really been working out. You can also find other information on character info, in-game events, rewards, and updates. There's a lot of stuff about player data, friends, clubs, ranking info, etc. Check out Buckler's Boot Camp.
Do you think it's genetics, or you think it's just like the gym's really, really hot?
I think it's just really hot because the other dudes behind them are also sweating. Look at those faces.
True. That's fair.
The beads of sweat, by the way, are incredibly big. I am a little concerned, actually, about the size of those beads of sweat. It's larger than usual.
I hope they're keeping their hydration up. In the meantime, I feel like they should take a break. You could do so by also checking out Pockets, which is a part of Buckler's Boot Camp. If you guys want to check it out, look at the training. Look at the little cute dot character. You saw Ryu a little bit earlier on. Why not try the little Pockets version
little frown.
of him? But you could also train up a bunch of different characters. You can even see on the bottom left somebody facing off against someone's Pockets Ken. But there's also a few characters that I feel like are hidden. Right, there's some characters that aren't even in the roster of Street Fighter 6. I've seen a Balrog, I've seen an M. Bison, all from the same person, by the way. You can grind it out as much as you want, and also break a little mini sweat with Pockets. Be sure to check it out as a part of the Bucklers Boot Camp. Be sure to check it out as soon as you can, or even during the break, because when we come back, you do not want to miss it. How many more games do we have left?
Well, we have 2 more matches remaining. We have losers finals, and then we got grand finals.
Ooh, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be an excellent one. You don't want to miss it. Grab your drinks, grab your snacks. We'll be back with the grand finals and losers finals after this. See you soon.
You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh, yeah. The avocados are hand mashed, the chips are hand tossed, and everything is made fresh.
You make it fresh every day.
Yes, every day. The Chipotle way is we make it fresh every day.
Sounds delicious.
Time to work, time to work. When inhaled, coriamyrtin blocks the gamma-aminobutyric acid receptors in the central nervous system, causing spasmodic muscle contractions.
Master, it's a work of art! It's perfect!
What to do with you now? So, shall we put him out of his misery? Time for some experimentation. I bet poison would work wonders on you. I wouldn't move if I were you. Poison's on the menu. I'm finished with I have It's my other death. What's doing now? Here, there, then here, and my magnum opus! Is my poison kicking in?
Street Fighter 6.
Objection!
I made a huge mistake. I'm all out of Red Bull. I just thought about it. Welcome back to the top 8. We're down to our final 3 competitors. Hey, if you guys have been following along, it's been intense, and I really do mean that. I'm about to lose my voice very, very soon. My name is Vicious, here with Ultra David to bring you the final 3 players in their matchup of a lifetime to get into Capcom Cup 10.
It's going to be Naji versus NuckleDu in losers finals. Winner of that will play against Banana Ken. So NuckleDu's been here before. That is to say, in Capcom Cup. You know, you got to make it to Capcom Cup to win Capcom Cup. It's like a prerequisite.
I didn't know that.
And he did it. And he did the other thing, too, where he won Capcom Cup. So he's been here. And for Naji and for Banana Ken, no, they will have been new to those situations. But yet, the way that I've seen Naji play over this year, I would not at all be surprised to see him make it happen. I just am so impressed always by his defense, by his anti-airs, by his movement. I feel like he's got such a great control of all of Juri's options. And it's going to be a tough one either way. NuckleDu just beat Paladin 3-0 very convincingly.
Although when it comes to this player-to-player matchup, and this is a very common occurrence, and we've talked about this pretty much the entirety of the broadcast, both Saturday and Sunday, both of these cats have been joining every single weekly event. Very much so, like, minimum of 3 every single week. It's not an uncommon occurrence to see these two face off against each other, and on any given day, one of them could play really, really well. In a circumstance of 3 out of 5, though, I'd imagine it's so much tougher, I feel like, to best someone like NuckleDu with both a Guile and a Cammy. Just based off of that stat alone. Like, he's done so well with these two characters. Naji, he's been sticking out with Juri the whole time. I'd imagine with the tool set that she has, it's hard to contest against both.
Well, we'll see where he goes. Yeah, he's not going to be switching, of course. It'll be Juri for him. I mean, his Juri play, even versus Banana Ken, where he lost, but lost in a close 2-3, was great. So it's not like he's had a bad day or anything. He's had close sets both times so far. 3-2 over Paladin and then 2-3 under Banana Ken.
Could be anybody's given
it really could
moment
be, yeah.
too with NuckleDu and Naji. Oh. Man, they're slugging so many heavies from the prior exchange. Another one. Ooh, another potential heavy, but it gets mixed instead. The quick punish. Naji is there with the sweep. And the drive reversal, no sir. And it's so hard to even try to react like that.
Yeah, like you look at Guile's tools and you think like, oh, there's a lot of single hits here that aren't cancelable. Maybe I should use a DI, but it's just hard. In practice, in reality, it's difficult to do.
Even with booms, I think it's a valid strategy most of the time against projectile characters to react with drive impact. But he's a different breed.
Pretty tough, yeah. So here's Naji. Getting true corner pressure for the first time. Yes. Oh, he was too far, but that's okay.
The classic.
Plus on a whip, as they say. Pretty cool. Pretty. And then the understanding that flash kick was going to come. He actually gave Dude room to do flash kick earlier. Dude did not do it. So
that was a hard sentence. I feel you.
Interesting that that's how it ended up that way.
Jesus.
Dude plus on whip, as they say. He can mount a ton of damage on Naji right about half health while he's down.
See a push here, something. Yeah, gotta be. We've seen so many different looks, which is why we have to ask that, right? Booms also, when he gets the knockdown, he does set himself up for a nice Sonic cross, but even in the front, yeah, Naji, he's being tested here. He failed. Ooh, and I love that. A second time he's found success with that dive kick, a delayed one at that.
Probably got to take more risks. Well, he's not gonna get a chance.
That was a counter hit, crouch jab into the fierce. Interesting. What to do with the blink and the confirm. That feels good to hit that.
Oh, I bet, yeah. Did he miss a boom? I don't feel like he went to do forward fierce in that range.
Forward fierce would be like the backhand, right?
Yeah.
And it's so hard really to keep this control against NuckleDu, like at least in the corner. Even if he's in the corner, it's so difficult to even think that you have control. If Sonic Booms could be there.
He's always mixing things up for sure.
Man, he's so effective even in this corner.
It feels like you can DI against his options. And like technically, yeah, but in reality, that is just really hard to make happen. Oh, it's not dead. Yeah, oh boy. Let me tell you this, that if you're watching and you're like, how come he got hit there? All you gotta do is block. NuckleDu's timings on booms are like, nobody else throws them with such different timings, different strengths, different timings. His mix-ups are in the booms themselves, not just in the rest of his mix-ups, not just in his up close stuff. It's hard to know which one's coming.
Jesus, how do you get that so consistently? This guy's a gamer. Maximum professional. And like a wall too, not even budging on any of these normals being thrown out. That's a beautiful punish counter, by the way. It still sets you up for the link on the flash kick.
Super ready.
Here.
All right, Najee. He needs to build his way back in. CA is ready.
And he's still worried of that flash kick. You see him doing empty jump and wait for it. Punish counter.
Probably not yet.
Level 3.
Interruption. Najee has a little bit of drive left, not a lot. He jumps, hoping to get over something and hitting Do, but that's not what came. And that is going to be that.
Yeah. I like that. Keeping it a true block string as well. Not even trying to risk like the Sonic Boom or a fast one. I think the flash kick would have. The flash kick ensures that for sure. That should be nasty. 2-0. NuckleDu looking for another 3-peat perhaps?
That's the way he's playing right now, yeah.
Damn!
See the backdash to set that up in the first place?
Oh, you gotta wait for that. With punish as well. The back fierce is so good.
Okay, finally corner again. We have seen corner pressure from Najee, and he has had a bit of success on it. There he is now, making it work.
One of very few conversions thus far. And still, how many times have you tried to sneak that in?
That's the third DI, and they have all been counter DI. And he's going to lose the round for it. Again, the combo we've seen so many times. Do will step right in with the roundhouse into the round, into match point.
I can't wait to try this myself. I've literally seen him highlighted on his Twitter. Or somebody did on I think it was High Fight. But man, it's such a cool looking combo. What a cool character. I'm not gonna lie, man.
It's true.
Doesn't have a lot of flashy moves. But his links and him turning into a combo monster in this version of the game is so satisfying.
All right, Najee, what do you got? Uh-oh. It really could have been worse, to be honest. Dude chose to save resources. Najee with a slow approach, it gets shut down right away. Is that enough? Is that in time? It is! Okay. So Najee's only going to need like a grab to kill at this point.
Don't look at this. I was going to say, like, if that happened and it worked, oh my god, I would have cried. I low-key would have cried. NuckleDu looking to seal it here, looking at match point. Still with 3 bars to his name. Anything can happen. Najee got the tough 8. Quite the hill to climb, excuse me. It's hard. Damn! Another punish counter. Link perfectly. Level 3 damage. And also, this really sucks too. This exact spacing set up for the Sonic Boom, you have to sit still and take it a couple of times.
And having a big life lead as Guile is just good. It's been good in every Street Fighter game having a big life lead with Guile. Because that means that you get to play your style. That was an incredible keep up. And he forces Najee yet again to try to move on his way through.
Oh, this is so tough. What do you get after that? Nothing real. The drive rush forward, but NuckleDu, he's landing weight. Or so we thought! Punish counter, more than 2,000 damage on that bad boy. NuckleDu does it again! The trifecta, 3P, back-to-back. Making his way back into the throne to contest against Banana Ken. Hello. How you guys doing? That's a really, really impressive consistency coming in from NuckleDu as well.
Yeah, he played that great. I mean, what can you say? Like his mid-range control, again, at that range we're talking about, that like quarter to third screen range, really tough to contend. Sometimes Najee had risks to get over it. We saw that was an intention a couple times. We saw him do dive kick over it a couple of times. A couple of them worked, one of them got blocked. Tried regular jump. But man, just very consistently, NuckleDu had the solution to that stuff again on reaction.
Yeah, and it was such a mental break, I feel like, for Najee to like not really find any success. He was scratching at the surface and getting some of the damage against NuckleDu, but when he threw out those drive impacts, I have to imagine it was out of like desperation. Like he was trying to make like such a big read on some of the single hit normals, special normals at that, and also a Sonic Boom. But even when the Sonic Boom came, it still recovered in time, and NuckleDu was able to, again right here, rebuttal with the drive impact.
Part of that is him knowing when not to be busy with other moves. It's not just that he is able to react, like his impressive reactions, but it's also not being busy, not being stuck with other stuff already. So shout outs to him for understanding the pace of those moments and when to throw things out. Just another big strength that he has. Knows you're trying to get the tap parry against some counter poke. That's not what came. It was grab instead. There is NuckleDu with a 3-0 over Paladin and a 3-0 over Najee. If you're going to get sent to losers in that stage of the tournament, that is the best way to say, I don't belong down here. This is not where I should be.
Oh, no
I got to
doubt.
get back to that grands.
It really meant do or die time. He went 3-0 Flux Waves, 3-0 Paladin, 3-0 Najee.
Incredible. Incredible. 9-0 in his loser's run. Well, as a result, he gets the grand final rematch with Banana Ken. Sent Knuckle Dude down 3-1 in that winner's side. Now, again, the last time that they played before that, when it was the regional final, Do beat Banana Ken 3 games to 1.
3 games to
This
1.
is
In the
matchup
same
that is
early
going
spot
back
in
and
the
forth.
top 8, by the way.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning, right at the gate of the top 8. And this time, it was a whole different story. Banana Ken was the one that sent Knuckle down to losers 3-1 fashion. That was actually pretty convincing as well. But now we get to see a different story. Now, I don't know if do you think it's still going to be the Guile play? We did see
It's a good question. Yeah.
Right, Cammy versus Flux Wave Z.
Very good question. I got to think that he's at least going to give the Cammy a go because he had such success as Cammy versus the other JP versus Flux Waves. I mean, it's just there was such a clear difference of his play style. So maybe, on the other hand, again, I know that they've played each other in the past, and it's been Guile in the last couple of tournament situations.
Mm-hmm.
If NuckleDu had thought that Cammy was the better pick before, maybe he would have done it already. He just didn't think that it was the right choice against this player. You're not picking only on character matchup, of course. And this is something that Du has long done. Back in Street Fighter V, when it was, he could have played a couple of different characters for a while, right? He had command grab character, he had zoner character, right?
Guile.
Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't necessarily pick based on character matchup sometimes. Cammy as well. He would pick,
you're right.
He would pick because he knew some people don't like command grabs. He knew some people have difficulty dealing with like Cammy movement and pressure.
That's fair, yeah.
That's not like is their character bad at it? It's like this human who I'm playing against, which is ultimately what this is about, is bad or doesn't like this thing, and so I'm going to do it. So it's for him not just about the character matchup. Maybe that's what's going into this.
I think it's there's no other way to really go around that. We'll see if that's going to come to fruition. If the Cammy pick does happen, I think it's a very opportune time to do it a little bit earlier than usual. I think, if you get those W's in, and then maybe like if you fall short towards the end of it, or at least like in a 2-1 situation,
right?
Get that Guile out and kind of like
that could be
mix that strategy. But it really depends on how NuckleDu really feels about Banana Ken as a person and as a player. I don't really know outside of like the World Warrior event how often they've run into each other. It could be like a ton of times. It could be a large sample size. But even in Banana Ken's interviews, like, I don't really get to play against these guys as often.
Right. Yeah, there it is. Cammy.
Who really knows?
Cammy is where he's going right off the bat in grand finals for US Canada East. Banana Ken or NuckleDu will make Capcom Cup in this match. Here we go.
Too far out for the punish counter. He did beat up the Amnesia. Gets the pick up off the Fierce, catching up through mid-air, and I love that roundhouse punish counter, checking Banana Ken. That's a really great way to snipe somebody out if they jump back. That roundhouse is far. Or neutral jump back.
Ooh, very cute.
Yeah.
Big connection. Doesn't quite have level 2.
Puts it right in front of him. Interesting. Partial window. Kind of tempt
it's so far!
Oh, no way. Is that hit? It's not.
His defense is so good versus DI that he's burned out. So strong.
He not picked up after that?
I don't know. Come on, man. His reactions are so good when it comes to dealing with DI. Level 2, that right there.
Drive up for the freeze.
Yeah.
Damn, this guy can ball. There's so much corner kick. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, all the mix-ups are working out. Right up close. Not that one, though.
So you thought.
Again, burning himself out. However, level 2 is close. As we saw, if he feels like he has that, he can still be strong here.
Oh, this is huge. You get to set up for a frame trap string? He's really banking on Banana Ken to overextend with the Amnesia.
I feel like Banana Ken's okay with this. This basically just means that he doesn't die from up-close pressure while he's burned out. Yeah, he spent that level 2 to not have to deal with up-close pressure for a little while. Burns him himself out yet again. He was hoping to get the kill on that. Now he's maybe in a tough spot.
That was deep. Oh. Again, jump short!
Banana Ken, what a beginning to this set. 1-0.
That was pretty convincing.
And showing so many good looks on how to deal with a lot of stuff. Just a very prepared player. His reactions are great, but he's thought about this stuff. He's done this stuff so many times that it feels like it's automatic when he's reacting to these things.
More or less, I think so. Like you have like certain routes.
It's like in your hands at some point. You know what I mean? Like it's
muscle
obviously
memory.
you do. Yeah, right.
You recognize the jump. It's like, all right, here are the
It's
two
not in
options.
your brain anymore. You don't need to like actively think about it. Your hands is just like, oh, you see the thing, hands do thing. Like that's like the reaction, and it's tough to get there. That takes a lot of work.
Years of experience.
But he's there. You can see it.
I mean, he plays a multitude of different games. He's
Yeah.
an EVO champion, EVO finalist, I should say, in a multitude of different fighting games. So it's like he's not unfamiliar with the situation. So I think the muscle memory really kicking in. But I just think the recognition too has just been top notch, above everybody else right now. Like his reaction time has been so on point. His assessment of the situation has been so on point as well to avoid having to play even like tougher defense. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to be as risk averse as possible. I think neutral jump short is going to be great for something like a dive kick.
Yeah.
But his offense, his layers on offense have been so tricky as well.
Absolutely. Well, I thought it might have been that dude was going over to Garl. Instead, it's back to Cammy. He's just taking some time to think about it. Anakin is making it count. Third of her life gone. The juggle's not quite there on time. Okay, dude. Interrupting.
Damn! Again, that was actually really just fortunate for Banana Ken.
Yeah.
He had taken to this guy's a little bit at the same time, perhaps, as Knuckle Dude.
It's like he had expected that. Ah, nice timing. If I do. He's in now. Everybody wants to... Well, everybody's worried about doing a grab against this character when you have him cornered because of the risks of EX Amnesia, and maybe that's
Where
why.
have we seen that before?
Maybe
Angry
that's
Bird
why.
and Kakadu? Is that you guys?
Right, yeah.
Is that the strat?
Well, if you know that the opponent doesn't think you're going to grab because they understand that you will understand the risks of EX Amnesia, maybe that means the grabs are the best.
I know that you know that.
Exactly.
I know that.
Let's get on Yomi layer 100. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, man. We'll take it this way.
How
Honestly,
many?
Do it again.
How many?
Can we get 2 more, please? I dropped my first one. Okay, that's fine. You know, I'll ask again later.
Knuckle Dew's corner pressure. That's what this game was about. This game was all about Knuckle Dew's corner pressure. It was about the mix-ups working out. It was about Banana Ken trying to play safely, cautiously, not believing that Dew would go back to the well on grab, and he was wrong about that. Dew just had great mix-ups.
I'm thinking about it from an outside perspective, or like a really casual perspective. It's like, all it takes is throws. What are you guys talking about? Like,
yeah.
It's very intricate for the decision-making behind it, but I get it. It looks kind of goofy. It's like, man, this guy's just taking throws.
But again, that's pretty much the riskiest thing that you could do in that situation as Cammy versus a JP with neither.
That's exactly it. Let's see what the activity is going to be like for Banana Ken on defense, but as of right now, we talked about how stellar his offense can be. That was so interesting. He had a punch counter. Oh, no. Side switch.
Okay, Dew's taking advantage well.
Really? Again. Making the right choices, the right reads against the dive kick, anticipating with his own jump, his back jump as well, and getting the right landing punish. That was that's 2, I think, so far. What a whiff punish on that. The drive run.
Nice. That's your drive meter gone.
Almost. Is that enough? Not yet.
Yeah. Oh, man. Sometimes you're just right constantly.
Nice work. Knuckle Dew knew exactly when Banana Ken wanted to spend the rest of that drive meter.
Continues to be all about him getting corner mix-ups.
Truly. So you're thinking to yourself as Banana Ken. And I like the idea of like trying to drive her forward.
Yeah.
But Knuckle Dew this
Stay
time
away from the corner, right?
Getting a big counter poke with the crouching jabs too. Banana Ken stuck here. That punish counter is great for the side switch to set up, and also Knuckle Dew spend the rest of it. Yeah, you got that level 3 unlocked. 2 games straight now for Knuckle Dew. He's gaming. What are the rounds? A lot of overall mix-ups happening. Second round, a lot more control, a little bit weary of the jump out this time from Banana Ken. Also spending the OD for the side switch to maintain that corner positioning. Excellent work from Knuckle Dew.
I feel like I'm watching his Mika just do command grab over and over again in the corner situation, like just being right constantly. Because I do remember some situations of him doing that.
Yeah.
that's what it takes. I mean, again, that is the level of risk that he's going for versus JP with meter.
Oh, he jumped through. That was the counter hit as well. Damn, Roundhouse put the beard. Departure right above him. And it's really important to know like where the departure is to let you know what Bananakin plans on doing afterwards. Oh, this is a side switch on the hooligan. Oh, the amnesia. You gotta hold this. The side switch out of there for free. No way! Big interruption, explosive interruption. Knuckle Dude now gets to take advantage of a burned out Bananakin.
Theoretically, anyway. Jump light kick to dissuade that. Is that enough? Dude, that would have sick conversion, actually, to get the kill. He didn't have any drive meter to do anything else.
I always find it rather
Light spin
difficult
will
for
not kill.
players in general to do like lights directly into super.
Yeah. Okay. Knuckle Dude will get the corner. And again, that's what this has all been about. Finally a tech. Is that the first tech? First grab tech? Maybe.
Couldn't tell you.
They have been rare. Okay, jumps out this time.
I won't say it's the first. Ooh, stuff. That was sick! Do it again!
Yeah. Really attacking the drive gauge.
I wonder if there was another... Don't worry about it. Anyways. I'll ask later. No! The drive reversal! It's -4! Because he was burnt out!
He tried jab. Okay, what's the setup is the question. Will you choose corner pressure? Yes. Again. Grab! And it's barely enough!
Barely enough. All tied up 2-2. This is actually so tit for tat right now. Bananakin hanging on immediately after the onslaught, getting his own momentum back.
Before this weekend, everybody was talking about, understandably, me too, we all were, about Idom,
Here he goes.
Punk, Knuckle Dude. One of them will make Capcom Cup this weekend.
Even the no neutral interviews and the segments
Everybody.
revolved around those
We all
three
got
players.
it. Like, they are
And
some
that's
of the
fair.
best in the world. We understand it. And yet, we also know that this region has a lot of other strong players, and that Bananakin is one of the best. And here he is one game away from doing it. Back to Cammy.
Oh, locking in.
Gonna have to be Cammy all the way, at least in the first set here.
Excuse me, has to lock in. What am I saying?
Okay, the beginning. Not a lot out of that, though. Bananakin gets the space. He gets to set up control. She doesn't really have the fast drive rush that Jerry does, for example, so although she has great movement, it's a little bit different form of control for Bananakin.
Carry, comes meaty. We're seeing a lot more activity in terms of the normals from Knuckle Dude instead of the throws. Oh, and that's great to stop the drive rush. Are we going to get the throw now?
Oh, what a chase!
I love seeing that.
Burnout yet again. Not the first time we've seen this dude in Burnout, and he has fought well with it. Level 2. He could get Knuckle Dude burned out. Maybe not. Dude's defense!
Oh, we could get that was a counter hit. That wasn't a punish counter at all. That was a definite counter hit from the side of Bananakin.
He might have pressed like the buttons to get DI, but you don't have DI because you're burned out, so you got a button to counter.
Could have been parry, could have been DI for sure.
Yeah, either one of those, yeah.
Or maybe an attempt to grab. Sweet.
Yeah, that's true too. Okay, the chase is really coming out well from Knuckle Dude. He's going to be able to get corner, and again, his corner pressure gets interrupted this time. Right back.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, that gave Bananakin enough time to be comfortable there.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, there you had to anticipate the switch.
Okay, Dude gets a kill on the next hit if it's the right one.
Oh, that could have been a big whip. Hey! And he still gets the shimmy. The one time Bananakin flinched. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Knuckle Dude resetting the bracket back to even it out against Bananakin.
And while in the first 2 games that he won, it was really about that corner pressure, it wasn't as much in that game right there. Bananakin actually fought out of the corner okay. He challenged well with normals and was able to get back to neutral, but that was just still not a comfortable spot for him.
No doubt.
Not a comfortable spot the way that Dude's playing.
And it's great to see like how much of a setup those throws really led up to that final moment. I think, you know, it's so hard to keep in mind of the different looks that anybody could have against a JP player. Even in that, like, what, second to last round, Knuckle Dude was resorting to a lot of meaties to set things up.
Yeah.
To throw that out there towards the very end to get like a fake out, that shimmy, I don't blame Banana Ken one bit for falling susceptible to that. That could have been anybody.
Well, here we
really
are
well
in the
there.
second set. Back to 0-0. Next person to win 3 games is going to be going to Capcom Cup. High stakes.
I love it. You gotta be wary of it. You notice that Knuckle Dude's not really overextending or like moving forward. He's waiting for like that possible teleport. There it is.
Oh, but Banana Ken knew that that's when Knuckle Dude was going to move. Man, that is tippy tip.
That was a cross-up, but very successful. And Knuckle Dude now gets to layer it on again.
There it
Back-to-back
is.
throws. 2. Gonna go for a third.
Any of these
course
could
you're gonna go
cost
for a
him
third.
like a
You could go for a
third of his
fourth.
life if
Jeez, and it's the 4th one. How? This guy is a gamer.
sometimes you're just
This
right.
guy is a maximum gamer. This guy is so good.
The potential damage output that JP has, if he guesses that you're going to do a grab and he does EX Amnesia, is like up to half-life if it's the right sequence. And yet, that just hasn't happened.
Nah, he's looking for the teleport. He knew it. Jump short to contest against it. Or counter it outright. That's fine.
Man, pretty common solution. A lot of characters do that. Knuckle Dude's reads of when to do it is what's impressive here.
And I like this level 3. You build up so much for yourself. But more importantly, look at this possible checkmate scenario.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Holding on to it.
Oh, he's right. He's purposefully sitting in the middle to anticipate the teleport to happen. Oh, the pickup!
Very good spot. Yep, lets it rip. He has a level 2 here. Is that a meaty hit? Yeah, it was. It was actually meaty. Yeah, okay. All right.
I didn't think it was going to be in time. But the first game, Knuckle Dude sticking it out with Cammy. Whew.
As well he should. He's nailing it with her right now. The grabs. Oh, man. I need somebody to count those up. Come on!
Do it again. Oh,
Banana Ken just cannot guess right.
Ah, you thought you can get it. It's picking up. Banana Ken getting a huge drive. Drop! I don't know if that was intentional though.
He's out of there. That does mean, though, he doesn't have other resources at this point.
Damn. Damn.
He still got that, though.
Oh, he's anxious for that burnout. This Banana Ken, he puts himself into it. Gets to put up another departure, though.
Again, that same solution in exactly the right timings.
Oh, he's trying to bait out this level 1 so badly against Banana Ken. We give it to him.
Oh, this is actually doable now for Banana Ken. He's so close to level 2. He burns himself out, I think, to get to that level 2, and now he gets to mix up. It's so tough to block that all correctly. Here's a big chance! No,
no way!
If that had been the true Lanzi's punish, maybe the kill.
True what punish?
The true Lanzi's punish.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. I legit thought I didn't hear it correctly. I'm not even trying to tell you.
Classic FGC phrase.
Oh, got it. Landsies, footsies, airsies, C's. The 4 elements of Street Fighter. Might say 5.
Jump right did here. So Banana Ken gets out of the corner. He gets back to stage, mid-stage control. Yes. And really one of the best sequences of stage control for him in a while.
Very important attack, Banana Ken. Also with a side switch, as Knuckle Dude's doing. Actually got to this situation, knocking on the door, the burnout is so
willing to, isn't he?
Kane, the forward throw himself, catching the drive impact. Banana Ken finding these moments to not only evade danger from the throw, but also getting really sneaky with some of these side switches based off of Knuckle Dude's movement.
Well, his strategic change here is to try to force offensive situations rather than being put into the corner himself.
That was so sneaky. Dude, that orb was just blocking everything. You couldn't even tell.
Right, yeah.
That's very, very tough to stop.
Hey, confirmed.
We haven't seen that in a while. Level 3. Mostly it's been level 2 and save on to level 1 for these moments. But now, Banana Ken just sets him up nicely for whatever it is he wants. Dash up. It's not medium enough. No, it was counter hit.
He still has a little bit of bar here.
Tricky. It's tough to stop.
Jumping in. Okay, Do feels like he needs to take risks. He was right, but he's burned out. Now Banana Ken can't get away with easy stuff because you know Do's going to be looking to react. And here he is on CA.
Oh, no scaling behind it. That kills.
Yeah, this big swipe.
That's enough. That absolutely kills.
2-0 now for Knuckle Dude.
Damn, 2-0? I am so locked into this. I can't even like keep track
2-0
of
for
it.
2.
Can he do it? Knuckle Dude coming back from the reset against Banana Ken.
His ability to put himself in the right spot is incredible. And even more than that, his mix-ups in this are incredible. He's right so many times, like an unreasonable number of times versus somebody as strong as Banana Ken. Super's going to kill. He's going to be at match point. He's going to be at Capcom Cup qualification point.
One perfect down, one more round. Can Knuckle Dude finish it off here? Or will Banana Ken have a rebuttal? Very early. Damn, he walked up to try and grab Banana. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Here's the double departure now. Dude.
Oh.
Man, it's so hard to even contest after that.
Big stolen turns. All right, here's Do. Situation reset, instantly EX.
Damn! Dude, that tactic has been getting stuffed out so often. Drive reversal now in the spot you want to be in. Here comes Throw City population. JP. Oh, man.
He can actually kill Knuckle Dude if he does EX Amnesia on these.
Could be permanent residency here for Banana Ken instead. Is this enough?
There you go. Knuckle Dude doesn't do it. Hold on a second. He somehow lets Banana Ken survive.
No way.
He let Banana Ken survive. It's not enough on Banana Ken's side either. This Hoop takes it. I can't believe the scramble, but it's Knuckle Dude who does take it after all to qualify for Capcom Cup. One of the most intense scrambles I've seen in a long time in Street Fighter right there. That was incredible on both sides. They both had chances maybe to kill if things had gone differently, if it wasn't the feeling, the nerves in your hands in that moment like that. The difficulty of that situation.
That was so intense, dude.
Knuckle Dude 3-0 in the second set over Banana Ken. The guy who sent him down to losers in the first place 3-1. The guy who took him to a final game in set number 1. Suddenly Knuckle Dude had it all figured out.
Scrambles, man. He really did. That's the underlying statement. He had it figured out. And it's by no means any linear type of strategy. I mean, like, obviously the throws were the big highlight of this entire set. What led to the reset, what led to the layers, what led to the 3-0 victory. But it's still such a big risk to do it. It truly is. You had mentioned it. This amnesia could potentially kill you.
Banana Ken, across 8 games, never had EX Amnesia versus Knuckle Dude's throw in the corner. Never. He didn't get it. The whole time. And Knuckle Dude had, I want to guess, 20 throws? Something on that level. Like
double digits for sure.
He was definitely double digits. Big double digits.
Oh.
And then wild scramble at the end. Knuckle Dude comes out on top 3-2, 3-0. Congratulations to Knuckle Dude. Qualifying from the CPT US Canada East region, and he really had to fight for it.
No doubt.
That was a tough one to get through. This whole top 16, this whole 642 players who entered this thing. Whoever came out on top of this was going to be a killer, and it is Knuckle Dude, and he is, in fact, a killer.
Looking at his route, man, falling short immediately at the start of the show, top 8, 3-1 against Banana Ken. The very first exchange, then immediately taking names. Like, you know what? It's fine. I got to test out this Cammy. I will say, if it wasn't for Flux Waves and that encounter, him testing out the Cammy, I feel like it would have been a different story. Him getting warmed up to that idea, and that, or at least getting the engine started for that idea, and getting ready for that matchup, testing it out on Flux Waves.
Maybe so, man.
Could have been pretty huge.
Think of if it had taken him one game to get his Cammy in gear versus Banana Ken's JP instead of instantly.
That would have been Banana Ken moving on. The score was 2-3.
Yeah.
The very, very last segment.
Woo! I hope y'all enjoyed that at home, because that was pretty good Street Fighter 6 right there.
It's a lot right now. Like, even towards that final moment, you know how we kind of like, here's a little commentators behind the scenes. There's moments where it's like, you know, you're talking and you see the other person, they're like, they're kind of going on with it. It's like, this is the winning moment. You gotta sell it. Dude, I thought it was over. David was like, you know what, go on with it. And I grabbed David instead. I was slapping him like, oh my God, there's a drop. It's not going to be over just yet. And then as soon as it happened, like, it was completely unpredictable. The scramble, there was no shot. Like, I looked at David, I'm like, dude, that's all you, brother. Like, I'm sorry, but it was like, man, that's just how unpredictable it was. There was such a scramble towards the end. Nobody could really call it. And that was phenomenal. Man, what a rebuttal from Knuckle Dude, but also shout outs to Banana Ken.
Yes.
You played your ass off on that one. That was, or at the end of appeal, whatever. That was so appealing to watch. He's such a slippery fella. He really is. All jokes aside, I'm so proud of you, bro. That was
played great.
Super impressive. Really was.
Wow, that was a great CPT right there, and that's actually the second to last one. The second to last Capcom Pro Tour qualifying event for Capcom Cup, which will happen next month. Next week is the final one. US, Canada, Midwest. Registration closes tomorrow. You only have a handful of hours left to get it before that closes. So if you're in the region, please enter, check it out. We had 642 attendees for this one. We would love to get big numbers for the next one as well. And I got to tell you, man, looking at this top 16, nobody predicted this. If you think that you're a player and you're like, I don't know if I'm good, but I don't know if I'm going to qualify for Capcom Cup good. Qualify. I mean, get in there.
Get in there anyway.
Give yourself a chance. Because as you see in this tournament, things are unpredictable. And you don't know how it's all going to play out. Maybe you're the Paladin the next week. We'll see, man. We'll see. Anyway, that's...
But even being a part of history, right?
Yes,
just being a part of the CPT. Like, we don't get that luxury anymore, right? We're just players, and we also just mash a lot. But we would love to enter in. So, again, take advantage of this opportunity. The registration does close Monday morning at 10 a.m. PST. Pretty early. So mark that clock. Mark that calendar. Do it now, actually.
Do it.
Get ready as we get ready for this break. But before we do have to give a big shout out to Storm Collectibles, who have brought all of these classic and iconic gaming characters back to life with their extremely high quality collectible action figures. You can check them out with their Street Fighter figures on their website over with the QR code up there in the top right, or going to stormcode.com.hk. And personally, we've talked about it, all very much so appealing. Different generations of characters. You can see by like the very intricate details you see on the top right. You got a little classic Ryu up there. Then in the middle, you see the Street Fighter V version. Different haircut, different demeanor, much bigger biceps, in my opinion. But again, you want to check it out for yourself. If you're a big fan of Street Fighter, also have a handful of collectibles, or maybe you want to get your first one ever. Storm Collectibles is the way to go. Stormcode.com.hk.
Well, I don't get to make my joke about unwrapping Banana Ken's peel in the Chipotle Unwrapped segment, so, you know, that didn't end up working out for me. But we will come back with the Chipotle Unwrapped segment. You wouldn't go anywhere, would you, now that all the matches are done? You would, I know. You're going to stick around, and you're going to watch us recap. Maybe you'll watch us talk to Knuckle Dew. We'll see. We'll be back with that in just a bit. You wouldn't go anywhere, would you? Would you? You wouldn't go anywhere. Would you go anywhere? You wouldn't. Come on.
Chipotle's carne asada is back. It's our most tender cuts of steak, grilled and seasoned with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
Showtime, baby! Right now! Everyone's got a ticket for this Capcom Cup is getting a show. Right final game, final round! You couldn't write a better story! Get into the ring!
God, I'm low. God, my soul. All of my thoughts be dark like coal. Up to the party, y'all don't want smoke. Energize the body, raise up the yard. Right now!
I'll take on all of you!
Right now! Finish goals, I win it all. Right now!
Straight on!
Feet on the ground, look around.
This corner pressure is where Andy Walker thrives.
No more games.
Time to get
Time is
NRD
now.
taking it down convincingly against the biggest rip thus far.
World at my command. Right now.
You want the race? You get the race!
Right now.
I'm getting down. Show me the race.
when you get to the commas.
That felt good, didn't it?
I've seen a lot of fights in my day, but nothing even comes close to this. Wrap this up right now.
Au revoir.
Meaningless
I present the Hunter from Komura.
All right, the Chipotle Unwrapped segment. Give me the crunch.
I wasn't ready, David.
Give me the crunch.
It's hot, brother. What do you? Fine, I'm in.
Yeah. Congratulations to NuckleDoo for qualifying
I burnt my
from
tongue.
this region. Oh, no. Well, we still have some talking to do. Good luck. Congratulations to NuckleDoo for qualifying from one of the toughest regions in the world. He was, again, one of the 3 people that many of us were talking about who had the best chance to qualify. But it was not easy. It's not like that was a simple, predictable path through. He lost to Bananakin 3-1 at the start of top 8. He then went undefeated in games, let alone matches, in loser's side. 3-0 over Flux Waves, 3-0 over Paladin, 3-0 over Naji, then 3-2 in the first set of Grand Finals, then 3-0 yet again. Look at this. So congratulations to Do. We're going to bring him on for an interview and chat with him about it.
We were troubleshooting. Yeah! Okay, cool. We got him. NuckleDoo Dang. What's good, young fella? Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Hope you guys enjoy the second to hardest region in the world. Very stressful.
I don't know, man. That made it look like it was the hardest.
That was super
actually
tough.
mad difficult. You had us all sweating, to be fair. But I do kind of want to get right into the nitty gritty. Brother, when did it come to mind to just throw the heck out of Banana Ken? When did that strategy just come out like, you know what, I'm going to force him to guess?
Mena RD. I had a phone call with him right before top 8. And like, well, I quickly learned when we represented America in Japan, and like, I was just talking to him. I was like, wow, I had such imposter syndrome because like, he was like, his reads were crazy. His work ethic is unmatched. I used to think Japan, well, as a whole, their work ethic's probably the best, but Mena, like, no one trumps his work ethic. Like, it's insane. So I trusted him right before top 8, and I spoke with him, and his reads were just perfect. And yeah, I just followed it to the team.
Well, Men-RD may have given you the idea, but what is it that you do? How is it that you go about making those specific reads for grab or not? By going for grab when he's in the corner and he has EX meter, you are risking like 1/3 to half life depending on his resources every time. And you did it like 20 times. And he never did EX amnesia versus your grab. How do you go about making those correct decisions? What's your sort of thought process?
I mean, you have to, this game, like, you can't be scared. You have to run your plays. Like, otherwise, because the thing about, so if you remember Kami versus Fluctuate, Kami was scared to throw him for the final sequence. Then Fluctuate woke up, crouch jab, OD command throw. So, like, you have to make the plays. And as scary as it is, Banana Ken is just as scary because if he whips amnesia, then he loses a lot too. But that move is really BS. Capcom, please nerf that move. Like, all BS. That move is just insane. Like, but yeah, shout out to Men-RD for the call out. But yeah, it's a lot because of Mena and Punk too. I told, like, right after I beat Najee, I told Punk. He was the one that told me to try Cammy first, so I did, and yeah, it worked out. So shout out to Punk and Mena, Seth Reno, like those three helped me a lot.
Damn, like honorary Dominican had Mena on the hotline, also rivals with Punk and best friends, being able to get that help. That's actually kind of ridiculous, being able to like have so many different perspectives as well. But also it's one thing to receive the information, but it's another to execute it. Now, I feel like you've been a man who's had like nerves of steel since I've met you. Like what is the mentality going into like in this certain position? Like you're starting things off on the winner side of top 8, then you fall short. It's like, man, like what is going on through your mind in that exact moment? It's like, dude, I could fall short just like Punk. I could fall short just like Idom did. What do I need to do now? Like, what's your mentality and how do you keep it so sturdy the entire time?
I was very confident I was going to beat Banana Ken in winners. So when he beat me, he played really well, and I just could not adapt. And when I lost, I was really distraught. So I went to my living room to lay on the floor, and my youngest daughter, Michaela, was rolling all over me. And Cleo, my oldest daughter, was rolling all over me, and my wife laid on the floor with me. So it was a nice little reset, because if I just sat on my chair and just, like, you know, be depressed all day, it's not going to do me any good. So it was nice to reset. It was really good to reset. And, yeah, that helped me a lot. Another thing, you know, Punk lost to Paladin, and he was going to be the hardest opponent for me. He has a winning record over me, so when he lost, you know, it sucks that my friend lost, but that is also a blessing in disguise, and I couldn't just let that go to waste, you know? So I had to just...
Right.
I had to take advantage of everything.
Yeah, and Punk could have easily just gone off the mat for the rest of the day. He could have clocked out and just been like, you know what, I'm chilling. I don't have to worry about it, but him still giving you the advice, man, big respect to, like, Punk the God for doing that as well, for giving.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if you could talk about the importance of sort of the network, the people around you in this and just in life in general, because you have talked already about your friends, players, your family. You know, what does it mean to have that kind of support, and how does that help you?
Well, when I first won the first Capcom Cup, I was solo. Like, I didn't really make friends. I didn't have friends, because I just felt like in this, you don't need friends. But it's also really hard to do this alone. So although Mena and Punk are my rivals in this region, we're still friends outside of the game. And I think that's really important. For example, the World Warrior number 4, Punk beat me 6-0 and then immediately drove to Tampa the same night, and we went to a raid together. You know what I mean? Like, so he destroyed me, but we still are able to separate professional gaming and having a good time with each other because, you know, I feel like we have similar paths in terms of how esports, the highs and lows go. So, if anything, like, we relate to each other more than people think. So it's really important to have such amazing talent that are willing to help, and vice versa.
Yeah, truly. I'm going to keep it a little bit lighthearted now. We've had some really hard-hitting questions, but one thing I do want to ask you, you talked about in an interview with Rob TV, the dad math behind managing your family life, your professional life, your personal life, etc. With $1 million, I was going to ask you, how many diapers does that get? But what I really want to ask you, with $1 million, what are you doing first?
That's a heavy set question, but I want to take this opportunity to bring this up. So when I won the first Capcom Cup, it's really personal. I'm a little embarrassed, but when I won the first Capcom Cup, I didn't know much about taxes, so I never paid my taxes. So now I owe the IRS $140,000.
Good God!
Every month is $900 interest every single month. So, you know, it's like chucking a bucket of water at a wildfire. So for the young people in esports in general, do not be like me. Don't, you know, like, money isn't infinite. There's highs and lows. Pay your damn taxes, because I'm paying a huge price for it. So yeah, the $1 million will help, you know, it'll help pay off that $140,000 debt that I'm in. Like I said, it's not my proudest moment, but if it's gonna help the younger people who were in my situation, then I'm glad to share that. But yeah, that's really personal. I'm not gonna lie.
I actually think that continues to speak to the importance of having the network around you, right? Like, that's you being able to tell other people that is important for other people to know. You've gone through that now. Having that, if you had that in the first place, right, maybe a different story. So for both video games and for general life, obviously, it's very important to have that kind of stuff. And I'm glad that you're in that position now. Before we let you go, I am just very curious how your hands and heart felt at the end of that incredible scramble. At the end of
yes, please.
The matches. I can't let you go without asking about this.
We were speechless about that. We can't even imagine
here,
what you felt like.
I was just like, I'm just glad to have made it. Like when I finally secured the dub, because like, it's really hard. It's really easy to, like, when you're about to win, that your heart rate rises and you make really rash decisions. And I'm not glad I was in that mode, but it just worked out. My heart was jumping. I immediately left and hugged my wife because, you know, she's my biggest support. And yeah, I'm and like, you know, I can share this, but when I won Capcom Cup, I didn't cry. On camera, I was like, oh shit. Oh, excuse my language, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Like, I kind of knew I was gonna win. Like, I'm not trying to, like, boast or anything. So when I won, I was like, oh crap, I don't want to seem like a robot, so I just pretended to cry, you know. But when I sat down and after I won, like, some tears came out because this was so hard. Like, it was so hard. Men have randomly decided to live in America, East Coast specifically. So, you know, like, Punk, one of the greatest Street Fighter players of all time, Idom, Capcom Cup champ. There's a lot of things, but Banana Can's amazing too. Like, the downplaying on Banana Can is crazy because he left Street Fighter to become the best Persona player and came back, and now he's doing amazing things in Street Fighter. So people who are downplaying him, it's just crazy because, you know, we all work really hard. So shout out to Banana Can as well.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of shout-outs, I do, as always with those that have been inducted into Capcom Cup this year, do want to give you the time to shout yourself out anywhere that people can find you. This is your moment. This is your time to shine. Knuckle do hit them with all your socials and everywhere that you may not be streaming, but throwing out videos as well. Knuckle do, this is your time to shine, man. Let the people know where you're at.
Well, first off, shout out to Shopify Rebellion for believing in me. They're an amazing group. I didn't even plan on being sponsored. But they seem like a good group of people, and I trust in my gut. Shout out to my wife, my 2 kids, And yeah, shout out to my stream too. Like the people, they're heavily invested just with me, and I really appreciate them being here. Not just because it's helping my livelihood, but you know, like when it's like 4 a.m. and I'm like overthinking, I have people in my stream chat I'm able to talk with, and you know, the open lobby, we always do that. So I really, really appreciate my stream. And yeah, you can follow me on twitch.tv/NuckleDude. I have a YouTube channel as well, NuckleDude. And shout out to you guys, Ultra Dave and Jeremy, for yeah, I'm sure the comms was really good. Well, not the comms, but the commentary, I'm sure it was really good as always. So shout out to you guys as well. Yeah.
Thanks,
much love, man. Hey, personal shout out to the chair. This guy's been throwing in
Where's the
a
chair?
lot of work.
Is the chair there?
I love that
Is the
guy.
chair in the room?
There he is.
Hey!
Let's go. All jokes aside, man, it's so entertaining to watch you like really pick apart things of the game in a very professional nature, and also just throwing it down for the community as you do. We wish you the best in the world. We really do, because you're such an amazing person in and outside of the game, and we are truly blessed to even have you here. So thank you again for a phenomenal performance, dude.
No, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck at Capcom Cup. See you next month.
Thank you.
All right, bud. So congrats again to NuckleDude.
Damn, he's good, yo.
He is very good. He's very good. Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah, man, the importance of having friends around who can give you advice, family to help you out of those tough moments. There it is right there. You know, that's in a little nutshell how important that stuff is. So congrats again to him. But he's right. The Banana Can is also like one of the all-time greats from this whole North American / Caribbean region when it comes to fighting games, having been in EVO Top 16 3 times in 3 different games, having been a top player for like 15 years, longer than that, I
Puerto
guess.
Rico has been bringing a lot of amazing players.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
The camp of Mono, Banana Can, Ajax Fidelity. Then you have the extension of PR Rod being here in California as well. These guys are such phenomenal players, man.
For sure.
Big shout outs to this region. We've been tuning in for so long and so closely to this region, and it's really starting to like show how competitive they truly are. So it's amazing.
Absolutely. But those are players who we've known are good for a long time. And you know, same as well with Punk. Congratulations to him. I know it's not the result that he wanted, but still 5th place is very impressive. I also definitely want to shout out Najee, who's in these situations not for the first time, but in a much more consistent way. It's a blast seeing him and his SF6 gameplay and how strong it is. And it was also a blast watching Paladin get up into 4th place, 16 years old, playing
Truly,
Ryu.
man. Influential.
Clearly,
what a beast.
You know, a lot of strength in his potential, not just now, but in the future too. So that was awesome to see. Fluxwaves also 5th place. Congrats to him. That was a fantastic showing. Great to see Kami up there, somebody who hasn't been as grindy as some of the other players out there, but who just has the talent
Still
and the
need that
ability
anime
to do
list,
this
by
stuff.
the way. You know, he's
For
been
sure.
prepping very well. But I also want to take the time out. I know we're running a little bit late, but I do want to take the time out to thank the other players that have been mad influential here. Like,
totally.
Yo, Max Sama, this is my first time really seeing
yeah.
him. That guy was insane, insanely good. Mondo with the Zangief. I know it's not really your forte, but you getting into the game at 6 months and being this good in top 16, huge potential. Really proud of you guys for making it into top 16. So Ramos as well.
Yeah.
Space Boy, you're a beast. Psycho, always good seeing that name again. Alex Smith, the legend. Samij as well, taking a dip into our game and actually devastating a lot of the folks in his area.
Absolutely.
Big shout outs to you guys. And IDOM, of course, really heartbreaking loss, but at the same time, man, it's always good to see you guys play. That concludes our U.S. and Canada East. Again, you don't want to miss it. Next week, we're going to have U.S. Midwest. You can see the schedule right now. U.S. Canada Midwest, excuse me. The signups will be closing Monday morning, 10 a.m. PST. Please, if you guys can do so right now, CapcomProTour.com or even StartGG to check out the CPT for this region. You need to sign up now. Or if you want, maybe try your luck. And it's going to be a heavily stacked LCQ.
That's next month. The LCQ there. It's going to be a really fun couple of weekends in a row. LCQ, capcom.us/cupxreg is where you can register now. That'll be the weekend before the rest of Capcom Cup begins. The group stage, the finals, all that stuff. Street Fighter League. It is going to be a blast. So if you're here in person, looking forward to that. If you're not, I hope you're looking forward to watching from home. It is, again, going to be super fun. Lots of top players from all around the world. Even more will be there to try their hand at the LCQ. Hope you all come out.
It'd be amazing to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our time. Vicious here with Ultra David signing out. We wish you all a very, very happy new year as we get into it. And we'll see you all next weekend. Take care.